Clerk will call the roll.
Alder Balde. Vidar Seeloff. Here. Carter. Cheeks. Here. Clear. Here. DeMarb. Eskridge. Here. Hall. Here. Harrington McKinney. Kemble. King. Here. Martin. Here. Palm. Here. Fair. Here. Rummel. Here. Skidmore. Verveer. Here. Wood. Here. Zellers. Here. We have quorum.
Quorum present. The council's in session. I just want to note that a number of council members have indicated. Pardon? A number of council members have indicated that they will be a little bit late because of neighborhood meetings. I hope that everybody stays in the chamber because we can't afford to lose more than a couple of people. Otherwise, we lose our quorum. At this point, I'd like to call on Alderwoman Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to motion to suspend the rules. Suspend rules 2.04, order of business, 2.05, introduction of business, 2.24, ordinances, and 2.25, resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second on suspension? Not debatable. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderwoman Rummel.
Move item number 1.
Motion, is there a second? Motion and a second on item number 1, recognizing September 2017 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Madison. Who's going to? Alderman Ahrens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The resolution is as follows. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection report cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and age 15. This tragic disease is detected in more than 16,000 of our country's young people each year. And whereas 1 in 5 of our nation's children loses his or her battle with cancer, many infants, children, and teens will suffer from long-term effects of comprehensive treatment, including secondary cancers. Whereas founded nearly 25 years ago by Steve Firestein, a member of the philanthropic Max Factor Cosmetics family, the American Cancer Fund for Children, Inc., and Kids Cancer Connection are dedicated to helping these children and their families. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection provide a variety of vital patient psychosocial services to children undergoing cancer treatment at American Family Children's Hospital in Madison, Children's Hospital of Wisconsin in Milwaukee, and St. Vincent's Hospital in Green Bay, as well as participating hospitals throughout the country, thereby enhancing the quality of life for these children and their families. Whereas the American Cancer Fund for Children and Kids Cancer Connection also sponsor Courageous Kid Recognition Awards, family sailing programs, handmade Get Well cards, and hospital celebrations in honor of a child's determination and bravery to fight the battle against childhood cancer. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Madison Common Council recognize September 2017 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you.
There's no one here. We were in contact with the person who asked us to sponsor this. The person who was supposed to come has a child with cancer and is unable to attend to receive this, but we'll make it available to them. Thank you.
Thank you. On the question, further discussion? Seeing none, on adoption, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Alderwoman Rummel on item number 2, recognizing. Go ahead.
Item number 2.
And
Move adoption of item number 2.
And there is a second? Motion and a second on item number 2. Alderman Bedard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is my honor tonight more than ever to read this resolution. Whereas each year, the United States recognizes the economic, cultural, and social contribution that the Latinx peoples have brought to our nation. And whereas the rich and distinctive culture of the Latinx community has always been an integral part of our country's identity. And whereas this month represents the anniversary of independence of Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Nicaragua. And whereas the Latinx population of the United States reached 56.6 million in July 2015, which represents 17.6% of our total population, making the Latinx people the nation's largest ethnic or racial minority. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is one of enormous pride for Latinx living in the United States. Whereas Madison is fortunate to count among its population a dynamic Latinx community that plays an important role in our city's economy and society. And whereas we encourage all Madisonians to recognize and applaud the many contributions made by our Latinx community to enhance the quality of life in our city, now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council recognize the month of September 15th through October 15, 2017 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Madison, and be it further resolved that the Mayor and Common Council congratulate our Latinx community on this significant month and thank them for their contributions to the vibrancy of the City of Madison. And with that, I want to recognize a number of people that have joined us tonight. First, I want to recognize our own City of Madison employees, Latino Community Engagement Team, if you want to kind of raise your hand back there, who are doing great work. I want to recognize a number of community leaders in the Latino community who have joined us tonight. We have Fernando Cano, Steph Crook, Leslie Orantia, Baltasar Rianda, Brenda Gonzalez, Ananda Mirelli, Fabiola Hamden, and Risel Sanderson. I may miss somebody that came after, so I apologize for that. And our fearless leader, Karen Menendez Collier from Centro Hispano, who is going to accept the plaque.
And I believe there's a number of people who've also registered to speak. So why don't those folks join us? Thank you. Karen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this recognition. As Shiva said, it's particularly difficult to receive this today. And it's extremely ironic being recognized in the month of September as a community that has added so much value to this country, when as of today, so many in our community are being affected. With the DACA being rescinded today, we're terribly impacted at Centro, and with all my colleagues back there. We're trying our best to keep it together. It's a tremendously difficult time. As you can imagine, we've spent extreme amount of effort over the last 3 to 4 years to build a model at Centro that's going to be effective for making sure our community moves forward. Not only our youth, all of them, are 100% graduates of high school with a plan for college. That's compared to 74% in the school district. We have career tracks for adults in partnership with great employers like UW Health. We have the only BIA accredited representative in immigration in the entire county of Dane who speaks Spanish. We're trying to do this on our own, and I think today it was a reminder, and I hope you see it too, that that is just not possible. And so we spent a significant amount of time today talking about the specifics about what we want to start in terms of moving forward. And you'll hear more about that in the coming days. Right now, we're extremely concerned with the well-being of our staff, of our community, making sure that they feel supported, and making sure that we're going to be able to advocate and take specific steps to push for comprehensive immigration reform and the passage of the DREAM Act. Things have changed tremendously. While we still focus on programs and interventions, there's no way that can be effective without an impact on the policies that are really affecting our community in ways that I cannot even describe. It's hard for me to go back to Centro and face so many of the youth that are affected, so many of the parents who feel that this is just another barrier in their lives. But most importantly, I want to bring to them the message that each and every one of you is going to stand with them. I want to make sure that in this coming year, I don't come back and recognize another symbol of Hispanic heritage without knowing that each and every one of you put your voice out there in the media, in social media, in newspapers and television, writing op-eds, pressing the facts, making sure that we are not alone. This city and this county is changing, and I think it's about time that we all understand that and understand that nonprofits in the community can't do this alone. And so I challenge you to do that. I also challenge you to write about the word immigrant. Being an immigrant is not a dirty word. It's not a political word. It's not a controversial word. It's a part of our heritage. So if this is going to be significant for each of us, we need to acknowledge that word. And we need to speak about it proudly. We need to defend it. And we need to do it every single day. And I cannot emphasize enough how much is necessary. Our youth and our community is being threatened. And I urge you to please do that today and moving forward over the next 6 months. It's a very critical time. So thank you so much.
I've got some registrations here wishing to speak. Ananda Morelli, Fernando Cano, Karen, oh, it is you, Karen, okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I moved to the U.S. in 1999. I remember people worried about the end of the year with the turning of the millennium. From 99 to 2006, I struggled. I lied to survive. I endured a lot by myself. I was exploited. I tolerated a lot of abuse and many threats. And here, so many years later, I am witnessing others enduring the same. You may or may not know anyone that have gone through a similar experience. Today, I have cried all the tears I had held back during that time. Today, I cry because of my neighbors and many family residents. Unfortunately, today, I can't celebrate, as Karen mentioned. I can only cry. I could spend my time here sharing the many ways I am and the people like me are being impacted by the administration decision to end DACA. I'd rather take this time to share how what happened today impact all of us. Historically, these types of political decisions increase racial profiling and xenophobia. Many community members are in fear of what could happen next, since DACA recipients have already shared their address with the government. The safety and mental health of our families and community members, including our children, are at risk. Many hardworking residents, parents, head of households, college students, K-12 students, counselors, social workers, teachers, will no longer be able to legally work in this country. Our children, my child, your children, are witnessing the dehumanization of millions of US residents. And we are left to hope for a more just, loving, and human society. If only I did not know so many young children that are impacted by this decision. If only I didn't know so many parents and caregivers that are afraid. Please help me make this a better, more just, and fair community. I share this to remind us how our oppression and liberation are entangled. Thank you.
Thank you.
It is a difficult day. First, I want to say thank you to Shiva for your leadership in the city. Thank you to the mayor and the elders for approving this resolution. I think that what we need right now is not just your words and your resolutions, but also your actions. And that's what I'm expecting from everybody in the city of Madison. We need to make this city a true safe city for everybody. We need to make this city a great environment for all those kids, for all those families, for everybody. And we need to send a loud message to everybody that is in Madison today that is happy that Trump did what he did today, to let them know that that's not okay in this city. That in this city we do protect everybody, and that we do want all the contributions from the thousands of residents of the city that work hard every single day to make Madison a better city. Every single Latino that I know works his or her behind to make this city and this country better. And so thank you for the words, and I'm looking forward to more action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't know if we have any other speakers, but I know that there is a couple of our documented youth who have joined us who would like to speak. So if they could just speak and then they can fill the
Certainly.
form, that would be great. So Laura and Alondra, thank you for being here.
Good evening. There's a lot of emotions running high right now. I've spoken to you all before, and that was a beautiful evening to see the way you all came to a resolution. And I agree, I think we need to see more action, and I think today is proof of that. My name is Laura Minero, and I'm a PhD student in counseling psychology, and I also benefited from DACA and presently still do. But as we heard from the 45th administration and their words today, that can come to an end very quickly. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I came to this country at the age of 5. So I'm 25 now, actually 26, but that's all I pretty much know. The United States and the American people are all that I know. I have no idea what it would be like to return to my home country because it's no longer home. But everything that I've done for the past 21 years of my life has been in service to your children, in service to you, in service in the classroom, in service making sandwiches at one point for people that were on their lunch break, in service healing people. I'm a therapist in training, and I've sat across from people holding their pain and helped guide them to the light, people that struggle with crisis, suicidal attempts, people that struggle with eating disorders, people that struggle with sexual assault and domestic violence, people that struggle with mental health. I've helped guide them and heal them. And they've also served in my training. The learning and the gift goes both ways. And as exhausted as I am, I'm exhausted. I come and I make it to these things to implore you. Give us a chance that we have more than justly deserve. We've shown up time and time again. And I don't just ask you to look at what dreamers have done, because my parents matter too. Damn it, my parents matter too. I get to see my mom come home sometimes, working 12-hour long shifts, no lunch break, being exploited at work. And do you dare sit here and tell me that she does not matter just as much as I do? It is because of her and my dad and people just like them, regardless if they know English or not, that people like us, like myself and Alondra, exist. Because they have a dream. They're not asking for anything, and they still don't. You know what my mom did today? She called me, she lives in California, and I haven't cried all day. This is my first time crying, because I've had to show up to spaces and be in places and move into action. But my mom called me, and I could hear her voice was shaking, and I could hear that she was emotional, and I couldn't let her. I just couldn't let her. And I said, Mom, listen to me. It's going to be okay. I need me to be right. I need me to be right. And I need all of you to recognize that and to step up and not just to keep talking, to take action. I know we're speaking on something different today, but this is part of that. This is part of our community, and this is what we go through, and we've been going through this because I've been here for 21 years now, and this hasn't changed. But we need better. And I told my mom, it's going to be okay. But she said, you want to know what she told me? She's like, I don't matter, we don't matter. She said, what matters to me is you. And if they don't give you a chance, nothing else matters. And I listened to that, and that breaks my heart. Because my mom and dad mean the world to me. At the human level, regardless of the economic growth that they contribute to this country, because they do, and we have so much paper trail to demonstrate that. Regardless of that, at the end of the day, we are human beings. We have families, we have friends, and we deserve equal human rights. That's what this is all about. Thank you for today.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alondra Quechol. Thanks to Shivas, it's also possible to be here, and you don't know how it's really, really hard to put into words what I'm feeling. I just came from a group, a nonprofit. Not a lot of students showed up, but I can imagine why. Same as Laura, I haven't cried at all, and I don't know, it's been a really, really long time since I felt this level of anxiety. It's been only the cases where I saw that I was going to white, predominantly high school, where I felt this anxiety, and it hasn't been there till today. I don't know where to start as well, but I do know that it's pretty much the same thing as Laura, except for the fact that I am the oldest out of 5. And for me, it's been really hard. I look at my parents as well, and they are working night shifts, both of them. And it's been hard for them because they can't get out and find a better job. Again, because of that social. They're afraid of driving at night, coming back already, because where we live at, there's more police security since we're at a smaller town. So racial profiling over there is really high. And again, I don't know, it's just speechless right now. And this is just one person, imagine the rest. It's been it's been super, super hard going back to school and able to concentrate. It's in the inside just beating me down mentally and taking all of the energy that I have right now. And I know I have to stay strong because my brothers are in line. My sister and I are both DACA, and imagine that. It's not as easy trying to find all these things, and I'm just one person, super beneficial right now, that I'm able to have the things that I need: a proper house, proper insurance. I have had so many difficult things in terms of medical health, whether that's going to the dentist, any kind of ache, but then there's families who don't even qualify for that, parents who don't even qualify for that, you know, and they can't continue to go on. If the parents aren't right, then what good does it make for them to see it at home? What's the role model right there? That's why I tell sometimes folks that I look at my parents as my role models, my only role models, set aside from the community members that I've known. They're the ones that show me that even though they are in the crappiest job position ever, because their state hasn't done much yet in giving them that social to work at a better job or to get that driver's license so they won't be denied at Walmart to just get basic necessities, only because they had their check shown and they didn't get what they needed that day. And again, this is just shampoo, toothpaste, and all of those basic stuffs, but that day they were denied because their license was expired. So again, after today's news, I don't know what we're gonna do. In my mindset, I don't know what's the next step. If only DACA is there until it expires, then what do we do? Students have come to me, help me find a job. Because where I'm at, I'm either working at a restaurant or working where they pay me minimum wage, and also known as Chuck E. Cheese, right? And what, they're gonna stay there for the rest of their lives? Probably even get dropped out of college? What kind of dream is that? Right? And for me, again, I don't know. Right now I'm in Madison College, but that just may be the only school where I could ever go to if this continues and we don't take action. I would be the first in my family to get a bachelor's degree. I know the majority of us right now have one. I don't know what that means yet, but I want to be the first. Also remember, as Laura said, our parents were the original dreamers. I haven't seen my grandmother in almost 18 years. And I know that there's advanced parole, but I don't want to see her when she's ill. Instead of being there for her in her good years and her good times when she's still mobile, she's the only one that I have right now. My only grandmother, my only culture and roots that I know as of today. And if it's 18 years for me, imagine my mom, the youngest out of 4, who hasn't seen her mom because of a better life for us. Ask me if there ever been mental issues in our family just because of that. And there has been. And it's difficult to find someone who speaks Spanish and can help my mother. Or for the fact that she just doesn't want to because she sees it's a waste of time. And she can't. Because I take one car, my dad takes one car. Who's gonna take her? There's a lot of barriers. And today I speak of those barriers. And it's not just me, it's a lot of people. We're just asking for a chance. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this you?
That's me.
Please.
Hello, my name is Jose Maria Donoso. I am one of the members of the Latino Community Engagement Team. That is a team that the members are the bilingual employees from the city. So I believe a good sample, I'm going to be short, but I believe a good sample starts at home. And here in the city, I am asking you only one thing. During this month, during this Hispanic Heritage Month, I ask you to know a story about one of our employees or our bilingual employees. I ask you to try a Hispanic Latino dish that you can prepare at home, or you can talk with somebody And, believe me that being an immigrant is not an easy thing. To be away from home is not easy. But here, now that we are in the United States, and in the city of Madison, we feel at home. And so please talk with somebody, try new things, go to your favorite restaurant, and enjoy a good Latino dish. Try to learn Latino dance. Is different places around the city where you can go and have a good time, listen Latino music, and try to dance. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion? If not, I'd like to make Alderman Balda.
Yeah, as an immigrant also, I just want to re-echo what these people just said. But what I also want to say is I immigrated here about 20 years ago. And so the first 10 years, almost every year, I would like to visit my country of origin because I still identify with them and I miss home a lot. But eventually, the 12 and 15 and the 20 year, I became an American for real. I identify myself more with America than I identify myself with the country where I was born. Difference between me and many of the people who spoke here is that I choose to come here. But I will struggle today if I were to be sent back to my country of origin. Imagine these people who came here as kids. So what is happening in this country is beyond the city of Madison. This administration is on a path to destroy this country, and we all need to know that. September 18 and 19, a U.S. African conference on energy was scheduled here in Madison by the University of Wisconsin. The mayor was supposed to be one of the speakers. This morning we got an email. I registered to be part of that conference. We got an email, the conference is canceled. The reason? They will not give ex-presidents, people who serve as president in Africa, who serve in the United Nations, will not give them visa to come to that conference. That is what this administration is doing to this country. I mean, we can talk about Madison here as a council or something, but what is happening in this country is much greater than what we are seeing in this city. And so I hope, like everybody else said here, that we will stand in solidarity with all our immigrant community. But more so, we have a bigger battle to fight for this country and what it is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Badar Sila.
So I want to thank Laura and Alondra for being fearless, fierce, and showing us what it is to love this country, love your parents who have made it all possible for you to be here and to be the dreamers that you are. And I hope that my council colleagues will join in the action steps that will be coming out to you soon, as Karen mentioned, because we can sit back for a long time and just feel really sorry about how this really sucks and, what are we going to do? And number 45 is really the worst thing that ever happened to us. Or we can take action. And the next step, to be clear here, is action by Congress. And so we need all hands on deck. Hopefully, if there is anything that they show on whatever TV channel is here, is all hands on deck, call your members of Congress to protect not only our DACA youth, but their families. And I hope that people will do that because we need the action, and we are a resilient group that will not give up. So please take action and be looking to the information that Karen and others will be sending out, and I'll be sure certainly to forward it. And I would lastly read just a quick quote from one of the DACA youth that I've known since he was 2, and he said, "In my head and in my heart, I'm American." And that just summarizes what this country should be about.
Alderwoman McKinney.
Thank you very much. I often ask what matters to us. And what matters to us is how we show up and when we show up. I appreciate the invitation to have a dish or a dance. Thank you very much, but I want us to do more than that. As a council, we must stand. The speaker who said, "I sit with people's pain," I know exactly what she meant. And as I looked around this auditorium, I could see that you understood exactly what she meant as well. It's interesting, today we don't cry for you, we cry with you. There's a difference. And to the original dreamers, today I began to work and organize. I wanted the council to make an organized effort to send items to the flood victims from Harvey. And then when I heard the announcement about DACA that Sessions made, I was in great despair. But I want to make sure that we are on board, and I'm sorry that I was late, on board to make sure what that action looks like, what those action steps are, and we collaboratively say together as members of council is that this will not be, and that we stand in solidarity and make sure what that solidarity looks like. And as a unified body of elected officials, we will stand in that solidarity, and we will show up, and we will make our voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to the dreamers, I salute you.
There's no one else in the queue. At this time, I'd just like to share with you some of the activities that we're participating in. Today, Alderman Badar, Gloria Reyes, and I participated in a conference call, which is one of a series that we've had over the last couple of weeks. Actually, they've been going on for well over a year now. But as you know, a week ago Friday, we first heard rumors that, in effect, that Donald Trump was going to trade freedom for a wall, which is just unimaginable. But in response, a number of young people last Tuesday told their stories at a press conference that we had simultaneous with similar events that were held from Los Angeles to New York. And at this point, I do want to just say that there's just been some extraordinary efforts by the cities of Los Angeles and New York, Anaheim, California, and Providence, Rhode Island, along with Chicago, who are taking the lead both in organizing and shaping the discussion and also in formulating lawsuits that unfortunately are going to be very critical. Today we had another conference call, and out of it, a couple of the takeaways are this, and one you've seen here tonight, which is the people of our community need support. They need emotional support. They need support in work, at school, in houses of worship, and that is something that everyone in this community can do, and there'll be plenty of opportunities in coming weeks as we join with other cities in demonstrating our support for humanity and for what's right. And we'll hear more of that from Centro Hispano in the next few days. The second thing that we can do is we can reach the people who are making the decisions. And we have a particularly important responsibility here in Wisconsin, because Congressman Paul Ryan is going to have a lot to say about how this is resolved in coming months. And while many of us are not, most of us are not represented by him, either geographically or in terms of our political affiliations, we know people. And we know people who know Congressman Ryan. And so it's incumbent that we reach out to those people and make sure that they express to him what they know is right. March 5th is a very scary day. March 5th is the date where the protections of DACA expire. And as we heard in the phone call today, for those who DACA papers expire after March 5th, there's nothing for them to do but to sit and wait. For those who expire between between now and March 5th, they have to get in submissions for authentication by October 5th, which raises just all kinds of scary questions, because in the process, does that mean that they are, to borrow a phrase I learned from Alderwoman Kemble the other day, are they inviting the vampire into their homes? Are they inviting their own demise as residents of this country? So I can't think of anything more important in terms of a social issue, a justice issue that's facing us as a nation right now. But the one thing that I take comfort in is that there are so many millions of people of goodwill who are standing with us and who are going to carry this fight to its proper and just resolution. Any further discussion? Then on the question, which is adoption, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Alderwoman Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. At this point, I'd like to move the consent agenda. The consent agenda will be moved with the recommended action listed for each item, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent. 3, items which alderpersons have separated out for discussion and debate purposes. At your desk is hopefully the most recent updated consent agenda from 3:30. Items 3 through 22 are public hearing items. Item 16 has a recommendation and probably some other action than what's stated on here from Alder Bedar. On the following items are extra majority items. They'll be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Number 25, Legislative File 48639, report of the mayor submitting resident committee appointments. Two-thirds vote is required for Matt Girding, appointment to the Task Force on Equity in Music and Entertainment. Item number 28, legislative file number 48619, amending the engineering major streets adopted 2017 capital budget to transfer $300,000 of GO borrowing. Number 103, legislative file number 48174, approving the roadway geometry for East Johnson Street from Baldwin to First Street. Item number 104, that is a 15-vote item, as well as the one before that. Item number 104, legislative file number 48175, approving the roadway geometry for County Highway AB, Buckeye Road from Monona Drive to Stoughton Road, a 15-vote item. Number 105, legislative file number 48186, authorizing the City of Madison to accept $550,000 in 2017 Housing Cost Reduction Initiative grant funds from the Wisconsin Department of Administration, a 15-vote item. Number 108, legislative file number 48189, a substitute, authorizing the Madison Senior Center on behalf of the City of Madison to accept funds in support of the Aging Mastery Program, a 15-vote item. Number 113, legislative file 48235, a substitute, amending the 2017 adopted operating budget to transfer funds within agency budgets based on the projected spending through the second quarter, 15-vote item. Number 129, legislative file 46508, substitute charter, creating section 31.0462C of the Madison General Ordinances to create a new permit system to allow portable sandwich board style signs in the public right-of-way. The charter ordinance requires 14 votes. Number 133, legislative file 47815, authorizing the appropriation of $21,000 from the contingent reserve to the mayor's office and authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute a contract with Thomas J. Moskoller for facilitation work, a 15-vote item. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations include number 26, legislative file 42334, accepting the staff report and its recommendations on potential garden sites within the University Hill Farms neighborhood. Amend the referrals to make the Madison Food Policy Committee the lead and refer to Board of Commissioners and Board of Public Works. Number 109, legislative file 48190, a substitute, a second substitute, which is at our desks, authorizing the City of Madison on behalf of Dane County Continuum of Care to accept an ETH grant award not to exceed $637,098 from the Wisconsin Department of Administration. It's also a 15-vote item. Legislative file, number 126, file number 47964, an alternate, amending 9.136N of the MGO to reduce the closing time for late-night food vending from 4 a.m. to 3:30 a.m. At your places is a second alternate ordinance which creates zones. And number 131, legislative file number 47948, change of license conditions for East Washington Liquor, Inc., doing business as Rocky's Liquor West, 4217 West Beltline Highway, to the applicant requests per the city attorney to refer to the October 18th ALRC meeting. Number 150, legislative file number 48505, authorizing the police department to donate abandoned bicycles to nonprofit organizations. This is new business with additional referrals to Ped Bike Motor Vehicles and Finance Committee. Number 179, legislative file 48644, authorizing an amendment to the contract with Greif USA, Inc. to include $100,000 for the commissioning, fabrication, and installation of public art at the Capital East District Parking Garage. and that is also an additional referral to TPC. And lastly, items requested by alders to be placed on the exclusion list. Number 92, legislative file number 47707, the third substitute, which I believe is also at your places. Creating a special task force on city governance to examine the structure and powers of the Common Council. The purpose is to amend. Number 107, legislative file number 48188, approving an extension of the provisional appointment for Matt Wachter from August 1st, 2017 until such time as the position of CDA Executive Director is filled, pulled by Alder Ahrens. Number 110, legislative file number 48191, approving an extension of a provisional appointment for Tom Conrad from May 29, 2017 until such time as the position of Housing Operations Program Manager is filled. Also pulled by Alder Ahrens. Number 118, legislative file number 48312, strengthening and expanding community empowerment through placemaking in key neighborhoods. Alder Bedar pulled this one. I believe there is a registration for number 129, which is the Sandwich Board Ordinance. Number 133, legislative file number 47815, authorizing an appropriation of $21,000 from the contingent reserve to the mayor's office to execute a contract with Thomas J. Mossgaller, pulled by Alder Cheeks. And there may be some other registrations from speakers that I don't aware of, but that should be it.
So the ones for which we either have registrations or for which have been placed on the exclusion list are as follows. Items 3 through 22, which are public hearings. 73, 92, 107, 110, 118, 129 and 130, and 133. Are there any other items? Alderman Clear?
I just wanted to clarify that 133 is being excluded because Alder Rummel read it twice, once in the section about, that was in previously about extraordinary roll call. It was on the list earlier and then also mentioned again, so I just want to clarify that one is excluded from the.
It is excluded, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I read that off as excluded. Alderman Rummel?
Alder Verveer reminded me that the number 129, the speaker was only able to answer questions. It wasn't a registration.
Well, if that's the case, then we won't include 129 or 130 from the exclusion list, unless there's a request from the council. So, to explain where we are procedurally, when this motion is acted upon and adopted, all the items except the exclusion list, which I'll repeat again, will have been acted upon as recommended in their various reports. And again, the exclusion list, obviously the public hearings, 3 through 22, 73, 92, 107, 110, 118, and 133. Alderman Eskridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to recuse myself on item 89, please.
That will be so noted.
Thank you.
Any other items? Seeing none on the motion, is there a second? There is. On the question, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That now takes us to the first of the public hearings. Declare a hearing open on item 3, a public hearing on a new license for doing business as Wingstop at 1234 Regent Street. Recommendation to council is to place on file. There are no registrations. The public hearing, which is open, is now closed. Item 4, declare a hearing open on a license at 502 State for Laura Garden LLC. The recommendation of the council is to grant with conditions. This is a recessed public hearing which is now open. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Item 5, declare a hearing open on Noah's Madison on American Family Drive. The recommendation of the council is to grant. It was a recessed public hearing, which is now open. There are no registrations. The hearing is closed. With that, could I have a motion on the items 3, 4, and 5, the ALRC report? Alderman Rummel.
Move the report of the ALRC with the recommendations as presented.
Is there a second? There is a second. On the question, discussion, separation, seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Declare a hearing open on item 6 of the Plan Commission report, amending ordinances for Plan Development District in the 13th Aldermanic at 1004 to 1032 South Park Street. The recommendations council is to adopt with conditions, which are rather extensive. The hearing is open. We have registrations from John Helfner, representing T. Wall, Jeff Davis from Angus Young Associates, Rick Stromenger, or Meyer, from the Bruce Company, and Randy Kaliski. Are there all supporting? Are there questions of any of the registrants? Seeing none, we'll declare the hearing closed. At this point, I take a motion on the Plan Commission report.
Move adoption of the report of the Plan Commission with conditions.
Is there a second? There is discussion, separation, seeing Alderwoman Eskridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment to the conditions of approval as follows. I'd like to amend the staff condition from the August 28th, 2017 staff addendum memo to say any, and this is the change of language, late night defined as open past 8 p.m. This is their language, restaurant, nightclub, brew pub, restaurant, tavern, or restaurant, nightclub proposed to occupy the commercial space of the building shall be reviewed by the Plan Commission as a conditional use, and this is also amended with attention to impacts regarding parking and noise. And that's the first amendment. The second amendment that I'd like to make is to amend Plan Commission condition number 6 as follows. That staff work with, so to replace that condition with the following language. That staff work with the applicant to restrict left turns onto Fish Hatchery Road at the High Street driveway during rush hours, wherein staff should determine the appropriate timing for rush hour related signage. And if I have a second, I will speak to my amendment. Thank you.
Second to both amendments. Thank you, Alderwoman Eskridge.
Thank you. Thank you all. As you may be surprised to see, there are no residents from District 13 to speak to this item tonight because we have done a lot of speaking to this item in District 13. And you all may remember that we had a lot of discussions about this about 2 years ago when we initially approved this project. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank my residents publicly and thank the development team publicly for the work that has been put into this project over the many years that we've been working on it and getting to a place where we can move forward. We've come to a lot of compromises with this project, but I think it is going to well serve our community. And the main concerns, as you will expect and as you likely saw in the record, really do relate to parking and traffic concerns, particularly around the commercial space and uses. And so that's why you see the conditions that we have added. And a lot of that relates to residential overflow parking and the broader concern that as a council, we don't have parking policy that addresses anything other than commuter traffic. So I have brought up to my residents that we are hopefully in our next council meeting going to approve a new transportation policy and planning board. And I just want to ask very publicly that that board in their policy work consider this issue that we do not have parking restrictions or parking policy that deals with the issue of overflow night parking in neighborhoods that are experiencing additional infill and and developments. So right now, we're kind of making do with the TRC 3 parking restrictions, and that doesn't actually solve the problem. And my colleagues who live in near downtown districts well know this. And so I really felt the need, both for my residents and for all of us, to state that on the record as we are approving this project, because should those concerns be brought up in the future, my residents need to have an option to take care of those issues. And in lieu of anything else, there are site-specific parking restrictions that have been imposed in another place in my district, and I have traffic engineering's assurance that we would consider those for this location as well, should concerns regarding overflow parking present themselves when this project is developed. So that is not going in as a condition of approval, even though my residents would much prefer to see that as a condition. So again, I'm just saying that for my residents, so they hear me on the record saying that, and traffic engineering for the future hear us saying that that is a process that we would use for this project, should those concerns about overflow parking materialize due to this development. So with that, I will keep it as brief as possible, and thank you for hopefully approving the amendment and approving this project so that it can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, if there's no objection, I'll combine the two amendments into one. Seeing no objection, we'll vote on the amendments. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now the main motion is amended. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to some additional ALRC hearings. Item 7, declare a hearing open for Bel Air Cantina on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive here, Junior Boulevard. Recommendation of councils to grant. There are no registrations. The hearing's open and the hearing's closed. Item 8, a license for Sakura Restaurant on Mineral Point Road. Hearing's open. Recommendation of the councils to grant. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Hearing open on item 9, 5 Star Korean Barbecue, 605 East Washington. The recommendation of councils to grant with conditions. The hearing is open. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Item 10, Pasture and Plenty on University Avenue. The hearing is open. The recommendation of councils to grant with conditions. There are no registrations. The hearing is closed. Have a motion, please, on adopting the report on items 7 through 10.
Move the report of the ALRC with the conditions.
Is there a second? There is. Motion is second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We now get to report of the Board of Public Works. We have a hearing on item 11 for plan specs and schedule of assessments for North Blair Street reconstruction. The recommendation council is to adopt under suspension. We have a registration from Dwayne Hoffman, supporting, wishing to speak.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Hoffman. This has to do with 120 North Blair. Better put my glasses back on. Over the past 42 years, I've had the privilege of receiving City of Madison services, which I'm grateful for, also paying City of Madison taxes to support these services. About 9 months ago, I had South Central Contracting replace the entire sewer lateral from the main to the house. This is again is at 120. This cost me about $15,000. City inspector was on site during the whole time, and it appears from the information I received, dated August 11th and August 25th of this year, that I might be charged by the city to replace the sewer lateral again, along with curb and gutter. To me, this second replacement by the city does not seem reasonable. I suspect that if any of you had just completed a project such as this for yourself and then have the city officials indicate that you must do it again within such a short period of time, you might question the wisdom of the requirement. I needed to replace the lateral because of offsets that were developing. I cannot know for certain what caused these offsets, I do speculate they were caused partially from the heavy truck and bus traffic which travels on Blair Street. Also related to that, there's the sidewalk issue. There's a survey marker issue. Last year, earlier than this time, maybe in May, part of the sidewalk was replaced. In so doing, a survey marker was removed and not replaced. I sent two separate letters, USPS, addressed to Robert F. Phillips, city engineer, regarding this. There was no response to either letter. I'm guessing that more survey markers will be removed when the work on North Blair begins next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Alderwoman Zellers?
Is this an appropriate time for questions of staff?
No.
Okay.
Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Alderwoman Zellers?
I just wondered if we could get a comment on what happened with this, or what your response is.
Well, all I can comment on is on the sewer lateral. The city certainly wouldn't replace a new sanitary sewer lateral. So, and the property owner would only be charged for the work that actually takes place. So that matter is pretty easily rectified.
Okay, thank you. And do you know anything about the survey markers that he commented on?
I'm sorry, I just don't recall that letter or the markers. I'm not saying it didn't take place. I just don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions or discussion? Seeing none, on the question of the vote on item 11, can we have a motion, please? Alderman Rummel?
Just number 11, move it approval?
Thank you. Is there a second? There is. Discussion again. Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 12, declare hearing open on plans, specs, and scheduled assessments for North Hancock. The hearing is open. Recommendation of council is to adopt under suspension. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Declare hearing open on item 13, plan specs and scheduled assessments for East Gilman, North Pinckney, North Butler, etc. Hearing's open. The recommendation of council is to adopt under suspension. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. We'll just keep going. Item 14, declare hearing open on amending section 25151 of the ordinances, etc. Recommendation of council is to adopt. We will open the public hearing. There are no registrations. We will close the public hearing. Declare hearing open on item 15, more amendments to the general ordinances involving downtown residential and downtown residential 1 and 2 districts. The recommendation is to adopt. The hearing's open. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Item 16, declare a hearing open on an amendment to the general ordinances to exempt from the demolition permit process buildings identified for demolition and approved campus master plan. The hearing is open. Recommendation councils to adopt. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. I'm sorry, Alderman Zellers?
Is this the appropriate time to offer an amendment to this particular item?
No.
Okay.
I'll be right, but I'll be back with you on that. Item 17, clear hearing open on section 29097, paren 8, et cetera, to allow for appeal from a decision of an architectural review committee. Recommendation of council is to adopt. The hearing's open. There are no registrations. The hearing is closed. Declare a hearing open on 18 to change the zoning at 204 Bernard Court in the 8th Alderman District. Who besides Alderman Wood and myself know where Bernard Court is? That's right. A couple of people who probably lived there when they were students. The hearing is open. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Item 19, declare hearing open. Item 19, a planned unit development district at 550 Junction Road, 9th District, et cetera. Declare the hearing open. The recommendation council is to adopt with conditions. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Declare a hearing open on item 20, which is more amendments to the ordinances dealing with changes in the 9th District on South Point Road. The recommendation of the council is to re-refer, declare the hearing open, and we will now recess that hearing. Declare a hearing open on 21, which involved a planned development district at 116 Juneberry Drive in the 3rd District. Hearing is open. The recommendation is to adopt with conditions. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. At this point, Alderwoman Rummel, I'd like a motion to adopt the recommendations on 4 through 16, 18 through 21.
14, wait,
Uh,
went back to the Board of Public Works.
What's the last thing we did?
12 and 13 to adopt.
Well, all the rest of them except
under
17 and
suspension.
22.
The report of the Plan Commission, 14 and
16,
15.
I'm sorry.
Move recommendations. And item 16, well, I think should be separated.
Don't take 16 separately.
So item 17 through 22.
21.
Recommend to adopt with the
We're gonna do 22.
recommendations of the Plan Commission.
Okay. So we'll do everything up to 21 except 16. Is there a second? There is. Discussion, separation, seeing none, all is in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Could I have an alderwoman make a motion on 16? Somebody?
Alder Badar, I think, was going to.
Anybody, come on. Alderwoman Zellers.
Okay, I move item 16.
Is there a second? There is. Motion is second. Discussion, Alderwoman Zellers.
And I do have an amendment that I would like to propose. I would like to amend the proposed exemptions under section 28.185, paren 6, paren A 3, to read as it appears actually in your agenda under Plan Commission, to read, the building or buildings proposed for demolition are identified for demolition during the 10-year effective period. During the 10-year effective period are the new words of institutional master plan approved by the Common Council pursuant to section 28.097, paren 6.
Is there a second? There is.
Can,
Discussion on the amendment, but one question. Is this supposed to be re-referred, or are we going to adopt it tonight?
Adopt it
We are going to adopt it tonight. Thank you. Alderman Zellers.
Yes, this was the language that was passed at Plan Commission, and it simply clears up that this applies only for the 10-year period of the plan, that the plan is effective before it has to come back before us.
Thank you. Alderman Clear.
Thank you. Just a procedural question. If this was part of Plan Commission's recommendation, isn't it part of the main motion and the amendment is unnecessary?
I don't know, but I'd rather go with
Okay, belt and
redundancy than not fill the hole in the bucket. Further discussion? Seeing none on the amendment, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries on adoption as amended. On item 16, discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item 22, declare a hearing open on changes to zoning of property at 130 East Gilman in the City of Madison, Wisconsin, in the 2nd Aldermanic District. The hearing is open. The recommendation of council is adopt with conditions. We have a registration from David Waugh, supporting, and also Robert Kleba.
Thank you, Mayor and Alders. My husband and I, David Waugh, are proposing to convert the old Knapp House at 130 East Gilman, which was previously the Governor's Mansion, to an 8-room hotel. And I think that that is a great way to take this historic building 100 more years into the future. It's 160 years old now. And the hotel use will have minimal impact on the historic spaces in the structure. And will allow for an event space as well, where we can have salons and other intellectual type events that will continue the Wisconsin idea as it was founded by one of the residents, Governor Bob LaFollette, and University President Charles Van Hise. So I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the registrants? Seeing none, thank you very much. Motion, wait, we'll close the public hearing then. Motion to adopt would be in order.
Move to adopt item number 22 with conditions.
Is there a second? Discussion, separation, seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item 73. Can I have a motion on 73, please?
Move adoption of 73.
Is there a second? There is. We have a couple of registrations. Scott Bartz, representing Sheet Metal Workers, Local 18. Scott?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. My name is Scott Bartz. I'm business representative for Sheet Metal Workers Local 18. Local 18 represents over 4,700 members throughout the state, with nearly 600 of them being Madison area members. I represent them, and I'm here to speak on their behalf and to address our concerns with how subcontractor bids are awarded on city projects. Under the current system, the city enters into a contract with a low bid general contractor. At that point, the general contractor is free to do as they please and award subcontracts to whomever they choose. In most cases, subcontracting makes up a majority of the general contractor's bid. The city is not involved in this process and does not have any oversight other than the city's pre-qualification standards. This has the potential to allow exploitive contractors on city projects. Let's use the Madison Municipal Building Renovation Project as an example. This project is made up of 58.5% subcontractors. On this project, the HVAC portion, which is nearly 18% of the total contract, was awarded to North American Mechanical, or NAMI. NAMI exploits their workers by paying substandard wages and benefits, on average paying 40% less in wages and benefits than the area standards. It is our understanding that NAMI was not even the lowest HVAC bidder and was still chosen over a local contractor that does pay the area standards. In closing, I would like to state that I have no intention on stalling or preventing the passage of this or any future projects. In fact, I've been in support of this for, seems like years now, the development at Judge Doyle Square. We only seek to raise awareness on how the current bidding system leaves very little involvement or oversight for this council. We would ask that this council to explore any and every opportunity to insert yourselves into the selection of subcontractors. At the very least, join us in strongly encouraging awarded general contractors to hire subcontractors that pay the area standards and help stop worker exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Scott Watson, representing Carpenters Local 314.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Watson. I live in Madison for the last 53 years. I am a carpenter representative of North Central States Regional Council of Carpenters and the business rep. I represent 1,800 members locally here. I just want to thank you for all your hard work and your foresight in the economic development of Madison. I enjoy living here, and hopefully I've stayed, and hopefully my kids will stay. I'm here in support of awarding the Judge Doyle Garage to Cullen. Cullen is a very good contractor. They employ a lot of employees and multiple trades. They've been in business for 125 years, and they pay out annually about $50 million in living wages and family benefits to their workers. So I'm just asking you in support to pass the award of the contract to Cullen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have additional representatives. We gotta get rid of these pink registration forms, or at least people got to start using black ink, not blue. Mike Higgins, Joe, are you here?
Yes.
Last name, please?
Milwaukee.
Thank you. And Mark Rowell, who are supporting, not wishing to speak. And finally, we have one registrant who wants to speak and support, and that's Mark Cullen.
Thank you, Mayor, alderpersons. It's nice to be here tonight. I would like to speak in support of the Board of Public Works recommendation. I forgot, my name is Mark Cullen. I'm a resident of Madison, 617 Woodward Avenue. I also am the chairman of J.P. Cullen. We have offices in Madison, Janesville, and Milwaukee. Proudly, our company celebrates its 125th year of business. In 2017, our founder, J.P. Cullen, was a card-carrying carpenter. As Scott said, with the carpenters, we employ over 600 union employees, and many of which are Madison residents. We have a payroll for union employees in excess of $50 million. Projects that Cullen has built are all around you. Restoration of the state capitol, the restoration and renovation of 1 West Wilson, the Fred Risser State Office Building, and the list goes on from 1919 when we constructed the Tuberculosis Center, which today is the Dane County Social Services Building. And of course, the Madison Municipal Building. All have been built by union craftspeople. We were invited to bid the Judge Doyle Square ramp. We submitted the low bid, and we complied with all the bidding requirements. We have subcontracted consistent with our union contracts, and we do not get involved in the labor policy of subcontractors, nor do we expect or allow them to get involved in our labor policy. So I thank you tonight for allowing me to speak, and we look forward to constructing the very important ramp that you have all worked so very hard on. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Alderman Cheeks?
Question for Mr. Cullen. Sorry, sir.
Should I?
Yeah, come
Please.
on back. Thank you, sir. You mentioned that you don't get involved at all in the labor policies of your subcontractors. I'm sure you regard that as a best practice. I just wonder if you could articulate why that's a best practice for you to not have regard for that.
It's just, we have labor agreements with our trade unions, and with trade unions that we do not have labor agreements with. It is just not our purview to get involved in their labor policy.
So, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I'm not sure that I was able to discern an answer to my question. So you regard it as important to have relationship with your labor unions, and then you subcontract. You obviously can choose who you're going to subcontract, who they can subcontract to, or who that work might go to. Why is it not important to understand the labor agreement of the second rung?
Well, we have collective bargaining agreements with basic trade unions, and we do not have collective bargaining agreements with all particular crafts, which would be the sheet metal contractors, for instance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Alderman Ahrens?
Maybe I could give a response. to Alder Cheek's
No,
question.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll save it for
When
later.
when we're out of questions. Alderman Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for joining us this evening, Mr. Cullen. And thank you very much for your very competitive bid on this project. I just have a simple question or two for you, and that is, assuming that we award the contract to J.P. Cullen this evening, which I'm sure we will do, as you know, we're under significant time pressures relating to the tax incremental financing use for the parking garage. What would your timeline be for your company's decision on subcontractors? I've assumed that you haven't made a decision yet on which subcontractors you might be utilizing for the garage project.
We have not. It would be consistent with what the amount of time that was in the bid documents. To my knowledge, we listed who the subcontractors were that we anticipated we were going to use, though.
Do you recall who was listed for HVAC?
I don't.
But you're saying that information has already was
To the best
was
of my
submitted
knowledge.
to City Engineering Division as a part of your public bid?
I believe so.
Thank you very much.
Further questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Discussion. Alderman Aaron's?
Yeah, thanks. Okay. My view of it is that this asking or requiring Cullen to have an agreement or not have an agreement to purchase services from another provider based on their agreement or lack of agreement with a labor organization is a secondary boycott. And that's against the law. So he can't make that determination and force another organization to make a labor agreement. And that's been labor relations law since 1935, actually. So this is not Trumpian, it's old school.
Alderman Clear?
Thank you. Just to complement a little bit Alder Aaron's statement, we had an extensive discussion about this at Board of Public Works. And part of the issue here is not just agreement with trades, but also prevailing wage, which, as probably everyone in this room knows, is no longer an option available to the city thanks to state preemption. And that's sort of at the core of where this difficulty is, because the city no longer has the authority to ensure that the organizations with whom we contract then continue to pay appropriate wages and that their subs do so as well. And so that's part of the challenge that we have. And as I said at Board of Public Works, this is very unfortunately exactly the outcome that the legislature intended when they preempted us on prevailing wage. And so I don't believe there's any remedies available to us as a city, certainly not that would then just open up a loophole that the legislature would probably remove as an option from us. But that's where we are. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, I just want to make a couple of comments. First, I just want to thank Cullen and all the other bidders who have taken an interest in city projects. Right now, it's a rather robust construction industry, and they don't have to bid on our projects. And quite frankly, we're not always the most easy customer to deal with, because we have a lot of different standards and regulations in terms of our contracts that most folks in the private sector don't have. But I really do appreciate, and I appreciate Cullen's bid on this. I also just want to thank the building trades for their participation in the high-quality work we get and their support of a number of the programs which they're working with us, such as Big Step, which is going to make a difference in our community. And I think we can all say that we look forward to the day where there's a new outlook in the state capitol in regards to the dignity of labor and the validity of labor contracts. Further discussion? Seeing none on the question of adoption, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 92, who wants to make the main motion, and then who wants to make the amendment?
Move item 92.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
And now that we've made the motion, is there a motion to move the substitute? Alderman DeMar?
Thank you. I'd like to move the third substitute that should be at your desk. It looks like a bunch of red lines.
It's the amendment to the first substitute.
Excuse me, the amendment to the third substitute?
Thank you.
Basically, without going, thank you. Basically, without reading it, what it does is it changes the number on the committee from 12 to 11, and and cleans it up a little bit. In the language, it removes the mayor or the deputy mayor as an ex officio non-voting member. So if I could speak to it?
Please.
Thank you.
Oh, there's a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay,
Please.
for those of you that were at the executive committee when I spoke to adding the mayor, the deputy mayor, first as a voting member, and was told that that would be met with resistance, and then as a non-voting member, and why I thought it was important. I apologize for restating, but for those of you that weren't there, the reason I thought it was important is that this is extremely important work. And it's been highly publicized work in the past 18 months or so, back and forth within the mayor's office. And I just really want to make sure that the mayor and the mayor's office is apprised of exactly what's going on in this committee and able to offer his criticism or approval of what's going forward. What I didn't want to have happen is to get months and months down the road and then have something or the whole thing not supported. And so, but what I've been assured of from the mayor's office is that on a monthly basis, they will talk about it, the chairperson of this committee and council leadership, who's ever in council leadership at that point in time. And any feedback then going to the committee. So that made me happy that was going to happen. And so I'm satisfied with that, and I hope you will be too. I think it's really important that we move forward in collaboration from the start, and I think you will agree with me. Thank you.
Thank you. We have then the amendment, the main motion and the amendment before us. We do have a registration on the item. Carl Lansness.
I've really appreciated the work that I've observed on this, the intentions, the changes, the amendments at the executive committee and so on. And I love the concept of the general concept and direction. And so in general, I'm support, but I'm concerned about the process and the selection of those involved, having been to a wide range of public meetings and various other decision-making bodies that range from very hierarchical to very circular, sensitive support groups. And I hope that those on the committee and in charge and this body explore a lot of diverse ways of seeking public input on this that goes beyond our traditional ways. That, because I've seen many people who are not willing to come to most traditional meetings or speak, including even indoors. I'm talking about really unorthodox possibilities in terms of small circles outside around fire. And I believe that's a direction that can be a model for ultimate governance and decision-making that can be much more effective than our typical hierarchical majority win, winner take all democracy, which I believe is at the heart of much of our corruption and money and so on. I see this as a huge opportunity for this body, this city, to model a radically life-serving, soul-serving way of serving life in a new, higher, and deeper way.
Thank you. Alderman Palm?
I guess there's in the exclusion list, it says it strikes through and make recommendations on the elected officials. Is that on the amendment, or was that on the original that it's on the original?
So that'd be a point of information, Alderman DeMar. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. That was already part of, right. Yeah, it's confusing because it's lined through, but I had clarification on that today. Thank you.
Alderman Rummel?
Thank you. I just want to thank what I've been calling the shuttle diplomacy that went on between some alders and the mayor's office to find a hopefully unanimous decision here. And just a reminder, if you're interested as an alder and serving on this committee, to contact me and the mayor and, share your interest and help us, we need to do some publicity. So help us do publicity to get, some representative members of the community to serve on this committee. And I'll be working with the mayor on working and getting this started. Thank you, everyone.
Further discussion? Well, the last time that I saw a group of people making a decision around a fire was season 3, episode 4 of Game of Thrones, Beyond the Wall. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
That was the amendment.
That's the amendment.
Oh, that's right, amendment passed. Further discussion? Alderman Kemble?
I'm really glad we reached this point today, and I'd like to thank all of us. I think most of us in this room have had some hand in crafting this third substitute amendment. But what I want to talk about is what we heard before the meeting during the Imagine Madison presentation and on item number 2 on our agenda from the DACA people. And that has to do with how our community is changing and growing. And in that resolution in item number 2, we heard about how Latinx people are the largest ethnic minority in our country now, and that will only be growing. And before we heard from Eric Upchurch, who was part of the resident engagement team leader group for the Imagine Madison process, about the profound disconnects between residents on the ground and city government. So I sincerely hope that this process will get to those disconnects, because we're not just dealing here with issues, with balance of power issues between the mayor's office and the council. We're dealing with a fundamental question of how we in this community want to govern ourselves, given the growth and the challenges moving forward. So part of this resolution has to do with innovative engagement of the public, and I hope we take that very seriously and tap some of the people, some of the residents we heard here tonight for their insights and ideas about how we can do that.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, on adoption, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That was the main motion as amended. That takes us to item 107. Alderman Rummel,
Move adoption of item number 107.
is there a second? Motion is second. Discussion. Alderman Aaron's?
I wanted to add something. This is a request for information, and I put this on the exclusion list because I haven't kept count, but I think this is the third time that we've extended a provisional appointment for Matt Wachter, and fifth time? Okay, the fifth time. Well, maybe we need to have a ordinance change or resolution or something about how long do we, if somebody is serving in a provisional capacity for a certain period of time and we're not doing anything, then why don't we just give them the job? And this is for Wachter and Conrad, who's the other person listed, Tom Conrad, who's the other person listed here. And so I guess this is a question for HR. Do we have a policy on this? Do you know? You know what we're talking about?
I'm aware of.
So people could just be provisionally extended for a long, long time, forever. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah.
It could be.
Okay. So, okay, well, that's the case. So let me ask Ms. Erdman what you know about it and why we haven't appointed Matt, or whether the job's posted, or where we're at on this.
So there's two different instances. One would be Matt Wachter, who has been provisionally appointed for a prolonged period of time. And this is really, I just haven't made the time to rewrite that job description and restructure the work in the CDA due to the budget and financial resources they have. And that is something that I should have done. I haven't. They won't be before you again. I can make you that promise. And Tom Conrad has only been provisionally appointed twice, but it's still twice. And we would not just make those permanent. We have to post those jobs and do a wide and thoughtful search for somebody in that position. So I don't think it's an option to just make it permanent. It's really something that we need to do a job posting on and review the job description when we do that.
So we can't make it permanent, we can't have a provision that if someone is provisionally posted to a job for a period of a year, that they are made permanent, or?
So you
Would that
may.
be considered to be a way around?
As the council, you may be able to do that. That would be a question for human resources. I'm not a human resources expert.
Yeah.
From my standpoint and having a high-quality workforce, these jobs should get posted, and we should have a thoughtful review of the job description before they get posted, and then they should be posted for a competitive process.
So within the next 4 months, you believe the position will be filled?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Alderman Palm.
Maybe I'm the only, hopefully I get to speak and we can vote on this, but I mean, I appreciate the staff's sort of response on the issue. I'm really leery on writing any sort of rules about this type of thing because we don't know the situation. You know, there's can be plenty of different situations, and potentially, I mean, you know, we wouldn't if they had this being a year-long contract, right? How many times would they have come back to us? It would have been less time. So the number of times doesn't seem to be, you know, a factor if it's really talking about the length. So I think that we need to. I appreciate the response that the plan director provided us and gave us some detail, but I certainly think we ought to just keep rolling with this. We have a lot of issues in the city, and right now this isn't one of mine.
Further discussion? Seeing none on the question of adoption, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item 110. Alderman Rummel.
Move adoption of 110.
Is there a second? Discussion?
No.
Good job.
Seeing no discussion, I'll come to a vote. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item 118. Alderman Rummel.
Move adoption of 118.
Is there a second? Yes, there is. There's a registration here from Carl Lansness.
You've seen me here with my giraffe puppets, my giraffe face point. Tonight you get me to see me in my giraffe ears that were made in a placemaking event in Darbo Worthington area by a 13-year-old girl in the neighborhood to represent the listening that can make placemaking real and peacemaking, to address the violence issues that I believe this initiative and many other initiatives and controversies are attempting to address. While I'm willing to consider hiring outside experts to come in and train us and help us in fixing our problems, I'm real concerned about the same things that I'm concerned about me working in the Darbo neighborhood as being the outside messiah trying to help when it might not be wanted or appropriate. So I hope we use major discernment. I'm willing to support this with discernment and attend and listen, but stakeholders in the Darbo Worthington that I've connected with this summer on many levels are at least the ones I've talked to, are very wary about this. And I've participated in many grassroots, co-created activities this summer with low budgets, using art and play and face painting and these ears like this to listen at the heart level, because according to my mentor, when I put these ears on, I can't hear the judgments, analyses of the head anymore. Even if you attack me and call me a name, all I can hear is the language of the heart, the feelings and needs behind the words and actions. Help, I'm in pain. I don't know how to get my needs met, and I don't know how to express them without anger, attack, or violence. And wearing these ears in public places and volatile, angry places has been magical lately. It's been stunning what it's done in terms of opening up people's hearts and inner child in ways that gives me hope. So while I'll support this initiative with wariness, I also hope that this body supports our grassroots initiatives to connect here and play. And stay tuned, we've got some major things coming in play and clay.
Thank you, President Rummel. I have some questions for staff. I'm not sure exactly who, but it's going to be either for finance or for Natalie. But my first question is, I just wanted to make sure that the money that is being proposed to be used for this comes out of the purchase services budget line in the neighborhood planning budget for 2017. Is that correct? So it's part of the total of 201,850. Is that correct?
Yes.
How much of those funds have already been used year to date? Do we have that?
I don't know the answer to that. I do know that there's funding availability remaining. I'm looking at Dave to make sure that I'm not lying, and I told Heather, oh, go ahead and go home, I can answer this, and now here I am poorly answering it. But I know that we checked, and there is budget authority remaining in the placemaking budget.
Well, I guess I keep hearing the placemaking budget, and I couldn't find a budget item that says a placemaking budget. So is it under purchase services as this total amount? It wasn't itemized as highlighted as a separate kind of initiative, so I'm just trying to figure out.
It's under purchase services.
So it's that, and it wasn't highlighted as one of the, there was some budget highlights, it wasn't in there. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what kind of other things have we used that total for purchase services for, the 201,850? What falls under that umbrella?
We have done a number of items. If I remember correctly, we've done some work on, I'm not answering this very well, and I'm afraid I can't answer it very well. There have been 2 or 3 placemaking things that we've done from that line item within the City of Madison. We did street painting at one point in time. That was funded through that same line item. And I'm not answering your question very well. I apologize for that.
No, that's okay. I guess my other last question is, I'll start it with saying I believe in placemaking. But my question is, it seems that, to me, that this is money for us to actually do the placemaking. So the expenses related to, if one of our neighborhood decides that they want to have X as a place in their neighborhood, that this is to actually pay for the cost of doing X. Is that what we've spent the money, at least up to now, for, as opposed to paying, which is what's proposed to us right now, paying a consultant to come get the community together to decide what's the X they want, and then we'll have to pay for the X out of some other budget line? Am I explaining that correctly or not? I'm just trying to get to whether the rest of the money was for doing the stuff as opposed to figuring out what it is that we wanted to do. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's been a
so if
long
you look at
day.
the purchase services line item, we do a whole range of things. Those would be for different types of consulting contracts on purchase services. So we have done things that were supportive of groups, that neighborhoods that wanted to do things in their neighborhood around placemaking. I'm certain we've paid for consultants to assist neighborhood groups before. So I think there's probably a wide range of ways that we've assisted neighborhoods.
Thank you. And then maybe one last question. I don't know if this is not the appropriate question or the appropriate person to ask, and maybe the mayor will answer that if I'm asking the staff, and I should be asking the mayor. So I have somewhere in my recollection from the NRTs a list of things that they did feel that would be kind of good projects based on the engagement the NRTs had done in their areas, maybe from back a year ago. And some of them were placemaking, like things that the community that the NRTs were working with were already talking about. Maybe Tarek, am I correct that there was such a thing, like a summary of the things the NRTs wanted, or am I not?
Could I answer that?
Yes.
Because you're getting to what I think is the very essence of what we're talking about. And that is, we've made significant progress in going through a process where a neighborhood will identify an issue, identify a need, and then transferring that into the budgetary process and bringing it forward. And in most instances, I don't think we have properly implemented the resolution. And let me explain. I want to start with what I think was a success where we did it right. And that was Owl Creek, where we saw the engagement principally led by the high school students in formulating the resolution, in formulating the plan. They, in effect, designed the bus service that was going to connect their neighborhood to the rest of the east side and the rest of the city. In the vast remainder of the situations where we have those kinds of activities, the staff has done a great job in responding, and in many instances we have implemented and created resolutions. Example, the splash parks at both Elver and at Rindle. But in those instances, the city staff principally were the drivers once the project was identified. And so the neighborhood did not get the opportunity to become active participants in making the place. The staff did it. It's one thing to go through a, in effect, listening process and an engagement process to identify what is needed. It is a very different thing to participate in the design. An example of that, where we've gone through both in terms of phases, and it's been time consuming and it's been frustrating, but I think it produces a better result, is our employment facility at Gammon Road. That employment facility, which was conceived as being a response to a number of neighborhoods saying we need something that focuses on jobs for young people, led us to start creating that employment center. Staff did the creation. But then we took a second examination of it when Alderman McKinney came into office and went back and got greater engagement from the neighborhood. And since I've answered that question, so maybe I'll not come back here, let me just explain and elaborate. And I'm not making a judgment when I use Jeffy Trail. But Jeffy Trail is an Alderman McKinney, are you all right? Jeffy Trail is an example of an engaged neighborhood that is defining its own place. And when you look at the examples, and that may be in the extreme for the City of Madison, but when you look at the examples, we rarely see that kind of engagement in incomes, where incomes are low.
Jeffy Trail, income's low?
No, I'm saying we don't see that engagement.
Thank you.
We don't see that kind of engagement in low-income neighborhoods.
White privileged
And
neighborhood.
thank you. And so what we're doing here, what we're recommending here, is to not do community organizing, but to do an educational component to show people how the methodology works, show them the connection to their government so that the rest of Madison, all of Madison, can have the power that we saw that was exercised on Jeffy Trail. Now, I can go into more detail about all of this, but that's what's going on here. This is a result of a multi-hour conversation between an expert in placemaking, an expert in community organizing, whose roots go back to Saul Alinsky's, and a recognition that placemaking can create some great outcomes, but that what we've seen throughout the United States, not just Madison, is that it's principally a tool for affluent, highly educated neighborhoods, and that is one of the problems. And the question is, how do we give that access?
Oh, I'm not even on. Hey, now, Alder McKinney to be followed by Alder Eskridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've distributed this document that says placemaking is, and I'd like to thank Alder Bedard, who asked me to go to the website to see exactly what Project for Spaces does. And I went to their website, and the first thing that popped out for me is it takes a place to create a community and a community to create a place. Then it popped out, when you focus on place, you do things differently. And so the mayor talked about the employment center and the robust engagement for the employment and training center. I must say that when I came into the district, I asked what was that engagement, and I discovered that there were several public meetings attended by one person, 2, and 0. I didn't ask the right question. We went back, and there was a very engaged community, and this is in the center of the community where you say that incomes are varied, a lot of transient, a lot of I don't want to say transient, but a lot of movability, a lot of low income, a lot of the things that identify a target neighborhood. They came out in mass groves to talk about what they wanted in their community. They owned it. And so the Employment and Training Center, when it actually goes up, it represents what the heart of the community said they wanted, what the heart of the community said that needed to be included, and how they're going to own it. So now going to item number 118, and I was very specific. I've really been looking at this all day long to make sure I articulate how important placemaking is, and I can speak to it for my community. And the first thing I will share with you is on August the 19th, 30 volunteers came out to the crossings, and they picked up trash. They picked up everything from a television set to baby beds, mattresses that had been discarded in that neighborhood. When you drove through that neighborhood, it looked like a neighborhood that people did not care about. It was horrendous. When the volunteers came into that community and started picking up, and they spent from 9 till noon picking up items and throwing them into the dumpster and all of that, neighbors came out and assisted. And so when I look at placemaking, placemaking to me, and I just jotted down some things so that I can share this with this body, is there is a sense of urgency in how we shape our neighborhoods. The definition of community is community, a group of people living in the same place or having a particular characteristic in common. A feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes, interests, and goals. A neighborhood is an area surrounding a particular place, person, or object. It's impersonal. There is no one size that fits all when we look at placemaking. The research that I did for placemaking said, the head of Habitat's office states, that placemaking identifies what works, what does not work, how the lives of people are improved, the transformation, best solutions, and it provides a platform for people to articulate what their needs are. The goal is to begin the process of transformation that can turn a distressed public space back into thriving urban neighborhoods. And how do you do that? You work within neighborhoods to sort out and identify what are the basic things needed in order to get neighborhoods to work. Public spaces bring many different residents and activities together, city services and functions together where everyone can see them. Again, what is placemaking? Placemaking inspires people to collectively reimagine and reinvent public spaces as the heart of every community. Placemaking is a process of strengthening the connection between people and places they share. Placemaking is a collaborative process by which a neighborhood can shape or reshape its own public space in order to identify a maximum shared value. Placemaking gives creative imagination to what the people who live in a space deem is important to enhance their everyday well-being. The transformation of a better socio-economic well-being can be creative patterns of use within their neighborhood, inclusive of physical, cultural, and social identifiers that both define a place as well as supports and sustains its ongoing evolution. Placemaking has its own core community-based participation. It builds upon community assets, inspiration, potential, and results in the creation of quality public spaces that contribute to people's health, happiness, and well-being. And I want to end by saying, although many of the challenges facing neighborhoods identified as key neighborhoods, identified as NRT neighborhoods, go well beyond the scope of short-term interventions. Taken together, they demonstrate that incremental and place-led change is possible even in the midst of ongoing social, economic, and political obstacles. And definitely I want this a part of the official record. The reason that placemaking is so important is that we want to give residents the tools to add to their tool belt so that they can make decisions about what works in their community. When you look at this document and the process on page where it says goals, process, what I want to insert is that, and this is what I've requested of Tariq, is that there be a joint meeting with the NRT team coordinator, with NRT that's assigned to the various key neighborhoods, and also with the district alders, so that we can make a determination of how this process should work. I would ask this committee, this body, we have to do things differently. Our communities are more diverse, and we have leadership within our communities, and what we want to do is to give them the tools to equip them to make decisions based upon what their needs are. That's why placemaking is so important, and that's why I'm supporting it, is that in my district, and I can say the center of my district, there is a community that feels that they have been forgotten. It was amazing to see neighbors come out and assist in the cleanup of their neighborhood when they saw other people coming in. I don't know if that's a priority for them. We haven't identified what those priorities are. But we must, as we move into the new era of more diverse communities, we must give people the skills, the tools that they need in order to sustain and identify what's important to them. Placemaking will do that, and that's how I see placemaking and how important it is as a tool that individuals and residents can use to better and sustain their own community. So I asked you to vote on having this training. I looked at the website. They have been very involved in placemaking in cities, in cities, and also globally, and they've been very successful in that. Sometimes it's difficult for you to evaluate and train your own, and I know that that has been one of the comments about bringing an outsider in, but sometimes you have to bring an outsider in to look at the, to do the training, to work with individuals so that you will give them the skill sets that they need. Sometimes we're too close to the fire in order to be objective. We're far beyond the place where we can say, let's throw it up against the wall and see if it fits. We cannot do that. We have to be very intentional in giving individuals the tools that they can use to make the decisions about what they want in their community. We have to stop doing top-down. We have to also begin to start doing some grassroots training, and that's what I see placemaking being. Please support this.
Thank you, Alder. Next is Alder Eskridge, to be followed by Alder Fair.
Thank you. I have some questions for staff, and I'm going to ask for forgiveness. I was not able to be at the Finance Committee when this item was voted on, so my questions are mostly financial in nature and process questions. So I'm not sure who they're most appropriate for, but I'll put them out there. The first question is, how are funds traditionally allocated from the planning purchase of service line for this sort of work?
So now I'm going to try to recover from my previous blithering. We have operating budgets that give budget authority, but if we're going to sign a contract for, I think, more than $5,000, it needs to be approved by you all and referred through the Finance Committee. In the purchase services line item, there's money that has been set aside, and we use it for things like small events, art projects, community uses in parks, usually relatively small, sometimes contracting for services with third parties, sometimes providing the services directly. And in this case, this money is now being brought through on a contract to be approved for you. So if we're going to go out and contract and do something, you all see the contract for approval, and that's how it ultimately gets allocated.
Okay, I have a couple follow-ups. Can you remind me, Natalie, or maybe Dave, of our policies for allocating funding without an RFP? I believe there's about a $25,000 limit. We're not doing
that. Below $25,000, we need to get 3 quotes. Above $25,000, there's an RFP process unless the council waives that through a sole source, which is what is before you in the resolution.
Okay, so just one other follow-up. So to follow up on that, the last statement that you made, essentially, does that mean, Dave, that there was not an opportunity for other bidders to potentially offer their services for this work, whether they be other local contractors or other experts in placemaking and trainings for community members in this sort of arena?
This is a sole source contract.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We have Alder Ahrens, who somehow got ahead of Alder Fair, but go from, and then Alder Carter after that.
So I'm on? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to place this on file.
Was there a second? Second, so there's a motion to place on file.
Yeah.
Wait, is that not debatable, right? It is debatable. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We have thus far, we have allocated $260,000 to the Project for Public Spaces. To my knowledge, there's not been an evaluation of their work, what impact it had. And we're somehow going to propose to allocate another $40,000. And I think the applicability of it to this particular cause or particular problem is particularly far-fetched. If you read their statement about what they intend to do, the pictures that come to mind are really either laughable or tragically sad of these New York consultants coming into our most impoverished neighborhoods and asking them or divining how to create a vibrant space. And this is in the I don't want to say excuse, but it's the pretext here is that this is what is supposed to be done, and this is their own words, is to prevent gun violence and increase job connections. I could think of a half a dozen things, including hiring a job counselor that would be better suited to create job connections for people than a few days with these consultants from New York. It is just, it's consultant hiring gone wild here, where we have people who, I mean, we've had them, I've attended some of their workshops, it's interesting, it's provocative, it's da-da-da-da-da, but we did a placemaking activity in my neighborhood, and people built a circle for people to convene, and it was great, and it's unused. But to use the problem that we have of gun violence, alienation, people just being atomized, just being completely disconnected and autonomous, to use that phenomenon to say that we're going to gather people to design a space is far-fetched. Recently, I guess it was about a month ago, Alder DeMarb and Captain Snyder convened just a morning discussion about, hey, what's going on? What the hell is going on in our area? And we had some, there were great people there, some of which we hear tonight in the audience, other people who were very involved in Darborough, Worthington, and other places. And the thing that they all pointed out individually was, we cannot stand any more outsiders, and whether that is from, UW or I guess they meant us too, city folks coming into our neighborhood and telling us what it is we're supposed to be doing. We don't want to hear it anymore. We don't want to spend our time with that. And they're adamant about it. And really, that hadn't gotten even cold yet when this came in. That now we're going to have, folks from Park Slope in Brooklyn show up and do exactly that. So that's it.
Thank you. So I have Alder Fair, Carter, and Claire. I know there's people that want to go a second round, including the mayor. So I just want to keep everybody, could be a long night if you all talk really long. Alder Fair.
Isn't that always the case? So I had a question before the motion, and my question would be for someone from PPS if they were here, but no one's here, so I suppose the mayor might want to take a stab, or Tarek. But what, because it was brought up about, you know, the Jeffy Trail comparison, and if we had that sort of, you know, community building, community, you know, engagement in some of our most low-income challenged neighborhoods. So what experience does PPS, my question would be, have working in extremely challenging, low-income neighborhoods where we could go and see results? Because when I look on, from what I've seen, I'm not so sure that's the experience they have. But I don't know if we can get that answer. Mayor will do his best, but we haven't been able to ask those questions to the project folks.
Unfortunately, I can't specifically give you the examples, but PPS, and particularly the staff person, Elena Madison, who's going to be assigned to this, has worked in low-income neighborhoods. I can't recall what time is it right now? Those clocks are wrong. 8:50.
10 to 10.
I will make an attempt to get a hold of someone from PPS right now and get you an answer to that question with specifics.
Okay.
The general answer is yes, they have.
I guess I'll just make comments now. I don't know. I'm going to just make a few comments if you don't mind. I appreciate getting some answers. I guess, you know, my question was a bit leading. It's a little late in the process to get answers on the council floor from what, you know, they may or may not have done in, you know, with low-income neighborhoods, people who, as Alder Ahrens has pointed out, have a mistrust and maybe are kind of sick and tired. And I've certainly I hear this a lot as I work with folks in neighborhoods about outsiders coming in. And sometimes those outsiders are right from within the city. Sometimes those outsiders, believe it or not, are, you know, people of color who you wouldn't think would get that treatment, but sometimes that happens too. So it's very delicate, and it's very, you know, it's not. I've learned a lot. Let me put it that way. But on the bigger picture, the point I want to make is this project has come up in the face of, or in the question of violence prevention. That's where this came from. I mean, placemaking, I believe in. I think we all believe in. I don't think there's anyone here that wouldn't say there's some very good merits to placemaking and to what the work that PPS has done. I have a hard time putting energy or resources to this right now when I feel like our focus should be in a different area. It should be, in some ways, a lot broader and really getting at issues that affect and are determinants of you know, violence and bad outcomes for folks in neighborhoods. And they're all the issues that we know about, but they're the hard ones. They're, you know, transportation, and they're affordable housing, and they are youth mentoring. I mean, we could go down. These are all things that every city in the world knows about. So let's have that conversation. This, to me, seems like a Band-Aid. I mean, it could do some good stuff. I'm sure some neighborhoods would get some value out of it. We don't know how much. As Alder Ahrens has pointed out, we don't really have a great evaluation of what has already been done for the amount of money that we've already spent with this organization. It just seems ill-timed and not where our priorities should be. We should be thinking much bigger, and in the meantime, not spending the $40,000 on this right now. So I would hope that you would support me and not support this. Thank you.
Alder Carter, to be followed by Alder Clear.
Yes, thank you. I think placemaking is very valuable, but I feel that, and I'm looking at the description of what they PPS does. My concern with this is that it says community organizations instead of training individuals, because the individuals is what moves a community. Jeffy Trail is a good example of individuals. Excuse me, but I looked at Alder King and I shouldn't have. It's an example. I'll get my composure. Hold on. An example of individuals coming together for a common goal. And I think that when we have organizations like this says, coming together to learn placemaking, to take it to another level, we're missing the opportunity of training and creating leaders to lead the community to their goal, whatever their goal is. It's not just for low-income areas. I can think of several neighborhoods that need this, whether they're low-income or moderate income. My concern, again, is that we are bringing in individuals to train, bringing in PPS, to train individuals and not necessarily community organizations that are already established. On the flip side, I do have some issues with it being related to violence. I think there are other issues, other ways we can look at violence. Right now, we're centered on gun violence. Well, I'm going to tell you that I had a situation of domestic violence in my district. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about the root cause of gun violence, the 3 elements of gun violence. We're not talking about that. So if we really want to have a conversation about violence, then let's get to the root cause of it and start some real programs to reduce it. But that's not the conversation we're having tonight. That's for another day. I am going to support this placemaking. I think it needs to be shored up and focused, tighten up a little bit. So I am more than happy to table this for our next council meeting. But I do think that we have to train as many people as we can in placemaking.
Alder Clear.
Thank you. I support the motion that's before us to place this on file. And I'd like to echo some of the comments of the previous speakers, and that is that this feels like the wrong solution to the wrong problem. As Alder Fair described, I think placemaking is an excellent technique, and I think that PPS is probably the best in the country at doing it, but this doesn't seem like the right place or the right way to try to address this problem. I think that the efforts we've made with the Focused Interruption Coalition on developing peer support and mentoring programs are far more effective at what we're trying to accomplish here. This just feels like, to quote what Alder McKinney said earlier, it feels top-down. She said we shouldn't be top-down, but it feels top-down. And if I can be blunt and crass for a moment, it feels like when one group of people tells another group of people how they should be. And that is generally not effective, and I don't see how PPS would have the credibility to be able to come into these communities. It just feels like white people telling black people how they should behave or how to get things accomplished. And I'm not comfortable with that kind of way of approaching it. If someone can convince me that that's not what this is and that it will have credibility in these communities, I'd be interested, but it doesn't feel right to me at all. Thank you.
Would the body mind if I asked a couple questions from up here? So I guess since Mayor left, I would like to ask Tarek a couple of questions, because, you know, we live kind of across the street from each other, and one day I was really full of angst, and there he was. I'm like, "Arr, Tarek!" So,
Ta-da.
and I don't know that he helped me, but he kind of did. So I think what we're missing here, just so if we get the full understanding of what's being proposed, is this is a training somewhat for our staff and somewhat for the community. So Tarek, can you kind of help us understand what's being proposed so we can then place it in the context of what we know about this group? And then I have other questions.
Sure. So it is starting off fundamentally with providing training, both for staff and for community members. And so from that standpoint, I think it's kind of taking two different tacks. One, really trying to bring in residents. And so this is what's different, I think, in terms of bring Project for Public Spaces in this time around, is it's really targeted on areas where we have NRTs, other areas similar to that with similar demographics, and that typically means folks that are living with lower incomes, and most often black and brown renters. And so it's trying to target specifically residents that are living in those areas and trying to support them in the type of placemaking activities they might already be interested in. And so a lot of that, I mean, part of placemaking oftentimes goes to envisioning the bigger, long-standing structures and so on, everything from the public market on down. But a lot of it also can go to, I know a lot of the experience with staff within the planning department has been a lot of placemaking has really been oriented more around event planning and some of those temporary pop-up kind of things that can transform the neighborhood. I mean, as the speaker spoke about in the beginning, you know, what is it that kind of makes Darbo pop? And so bringing community members together to enjoy an activity of, for an evening. And so it's providing training for residents that's going to help them and ideally support them in kinds of things that they might already want to do. The training that would be geared more towards staff is really, I think, trying to identify what kind of barriers might exist, trying to make sure that staff are being equipped to help support community members and get behind them and add on to the types of projects that they might want to be doing, but not necessarily taking the lead in that.
And I'm not sure, I think you were probably around the last time around when they were here. The money that Alder Aarons referred to is like they brought them for like a conference for it with staff, and then some alders are invited.
I had not yet started with the city, but I'm aware of it.
And
I was
so
there.
I had Ms. Veldren do some research on some of the documents from that period, and they did some placemaking. They picked some locations, and there were tables, and like one was maybe Owl Creek, and one was, I don't remember all of them. But that group of mostly staff and adults came up with a bunch of proposals. And I just really would like to know, to David's question, did we follow through? I mean, did we do all those really good ideas from 5 or 6 years ago? And now the mayor's maybe back, so maybe he can answer it. But that's what's really I've been struggling with. We've had them come, we've done some of this, and maybe it was only with staff, and maybe it was only with upper middle, upper management types, and not people that aren't NRTs. I don't really know, but maybe Mayor Soglin can help me understand what we see the outcomes of the last go-around.
The last go-around had nothing to do with what we're discussing tonight.
But Mayor, we had
And-
outcomes that were part of the group that said, you know, we should do X, Y, and Z in certain neighborhoods. That I think if we saw that list, and I can go dig it up on my computer, if someone will bring it to me, and I'll send it to everyone, and you will see that they were the things that we would say, yeah, we should be doing.
One of the things that we got as an outcome is the park in Owl Creek. One of the things we got was one of the artistic projects in Allied Drive. I can't tell you all of them off the top of my head. But the point is that the demagoguery, starting with David Aarons, and what he had to say has got to be refuted. I'd hope we'd have a rational conversation about this. And I'm going to come back and explain to you that what we did when Fred Kent came here for a one-morning session has nothing to do with what we're talking about today. I couldn't make contact with Mr. Kent tonight.
I can speak to that.
But I did download.
I just got a text from Elena Madison about some of the neighborhoods that they've been involved in, or areas where they've worked. So they've worked a lot in central Detroit, Brightmoor, Detroit, North Camden, West Side Atlanta, the Vestral neighborhood in Knoxville, Tennessee, and Flint, Michigan are some of the areas she cited.
And in addition to that, they worked in an area known as Kibera, a massive slum comprised of 13 separate villages where most residents get by on less than $1 a day. This is in Nairobi, where their work is done in conjunction with the United Nations Habitat Project. I want to just read from one of the paragraphs here to go to the question about the connection between what we're talking about and violence in neighborhoods, and answering the question, why is it in low-income neighborhoods that there are food deserts? Why is it in most of the low-income neighborhoods, unless someone from the outside comes in, there's no private sector economic development that's indigenous to the community? We have written previously on the placemaking blog about how dangerous social conditions produce alienating public spaces in developing world cities, especially for women. And then it goes on to explain what some of these connections are. And allow me. When you look at the deterioration of neighborhoods and communities, neighborhoods that are relatively wealthy usually do not suffer the onslaught that comes with poverty, disease, drugs, and violence. But even the most vibrant middle-class neighborhoods can deteriorate. And of course, low-income neighborhoods are constantly under pressure. And the reason is not that people don't have good values or hopes or aspirations, but there has to be a willingness and an ability to fight for those aspirations and hopes. That's when deterioration takes place. And when deterioration takes place, absent that, a neighborhood is not going to turn around. Now, if you look at this city and you look at so many other cities that have seen the kinds of violence that has emerged, without a strong neighborhood voice, without people in the neighborhood prepared to stand up and fight, there's no amount of outside law enforcement or charitable social services that are going to fix that neighborhood. It has to come from within the neighborhood. There has to be people with the tools and the resources to do it. And I'm not going to accept one anecdote about a discussion that some Madison police officers and a member of the council had to say that that is a universal indictment that we don't need outsiders. The role of the Project for Public Spaces is not to come in and substitute for the neighborhood. It is not to be there for community organizing. It is to demonstrate and to train as to how people can run their own lives and take control of their neighborhood and get invested in their neighborhood. And when that happens, then the kinds of challenges and the kinds of problems we have now of disengagement, of apathy, will go away and disappear. Now, when we had Fred Kent here, let me first point out that that was like a $4,000, $5,000 contract. I assume that's part of the $260,000 that you're counting on. Did we have an evaluation? Well, we did get the feedback from the folks who participated, who filled out the forms. My recollection is something like 22 people bothered to fill out the evaluation forms of his presentation, and I believe 17 of them checked the highest box in terms of it being a beneficial session. Certain neighborhood groups who participated in that event did come up with some recommendations as to things they'd like to have happen, and some of those things did happen. But that's not the process we're talking about now. We are talking about neighborhoods that we've already identified as not having decent transportation access, that don't have sufficient stores that sell healthy food, where for one reason or another, this city over the decades chose not to build schools or community facilities. And why don't we just come out and say it here? Mayor, there's some of us in this room who are going to kick your ass on any idea you have, and then the next week we're going to turn around and tell you you don't have a plan. I'm sorry, there aren't a lot of outfits that do this kind of work. I haven't encountered any. I think it's critical that we get going within the next year, that we not take an additional 6 or 8 months going through an RFP and a bidding process. And this isn't a lot of money. When you look at the commitments of millions and millions of dollars to other staff resources that this council's made in the last several years. And as to the remainder of the contract, in terms of evaluation, the remainder of the contract, and somebody help me out here because I don't have the documents in front of me, we're basically in a competitive process with 7 or 8 other submissions on who is going to be our consultant on the public market. And if I'm not mistaken, 2/3 or less of that money went to the project for public spaces. The remainder of the money went for other consultants, including local people. And they delivered. They completed their assignment. They gave us an economic recommendation and a site. And some of us, it wasn't our first choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I still have the floor, I guess, but I don't, my other question seems sort of a side one, so I'll go to Alder McKinney, who is up here.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. I'm before you because I am sick and tired of this council throwing fish at neighborhoods rather than teaching residents to fish for themselves. I'm not going to get caught up in the battle between I'm not going to go there. But where I'm going to go is that I believe in placemaking. If you spend $260,000 and you did not get a report and the benefits, well, shame on you. We're not going to make sausage on the floor. But what I'm talking about in placemaking is that if we are actually going to give residents the ability to make decisions that impact themselves, we have to stop giving them fish and teaching them how to fish. In my district, again, I'll go back to Jeffy Trail. When Jeffy Trail residents first started, they screamed, They yelled, they did everything but attack me in supporting Jeffrey Trail. What they learned to do was to talk about what was important to them. They talked about what that little small patch that taking the road through Jeffrey Trail meant to them. They stopped screaming and stopped dealing with the head and start saying, this is what is important to me. This is what's important to my family. That's what changed this alder on the side of Jeffrey Trail, and I fought for it. So they learned something. In many of our communities, we have experts coming in, telling the residents what's best for them. And guess what? They pack up and they leave. This is saying to residents, we are no longer going to send or allow people to come in to your neighborhood and tell you what's good for you. You will determine what's best for you. I'll use the example in your own district, Matt Fair. Sheree is a young woman in your own district who has gone through the process of learning how to fish. She is a leader in your community. She helped organize a whole march on violence last Saturday. She is the product of teaching someone to fish. She's a strong advocate in your community. This is what placemaking is. I was not here when you spent the $260,000. I don't know what that is. But I am a product of placemaking in St. Louis, Missouri. I am a product of working in a deprived neighborhood and organizers coming in and saying, we will teach you in a faith community. We will teach you how to advocate for yourselves. We became strong because we learned how to advocate for ourselves. The training that is going to be incorporated in these neighborhoods is something that we need to have sustained. We talk about sustainability, but you're not giving communities the tools to be sustainable. We're not creating welfare communities. That's what we're creating, welfare communities, and we must stop it. Alder Aarons, I hear what you said, a nice group to sit and talk about what we're going to do. We are way beyond talking about what we need to do. When I read this and going on all of this, I want to go back and rewrite it. The crux of this is that we are giving neighbors who live in their communities what they need to dictate and say what's important to them in their communities. Because if we don't do that, you make the decision about what's good in Meadowwood, or you make the decision of what's good in Park Edge, Park Ridge, or you make the decision of what's good in other neighborhoods. We have to stop that. In my neighborhood, in Park Edge, Park Ridge, we have some very strong individuals to say, we want to decide what goes. In Hawks Landing, and the reason that Jeffrey Trail was so successful was residents came together to articulate what was important to them. They learned how to strategize. They learned that they had to come to these meetings. They learned how to call the alders and not scream at the alders. Well, sometimes they still scream at the alders, this one. But what I'm saying, and I implore you to look at this not based upon a feel-good. It's not. It is giving residents the tools, the training that is so badly needed in our neighborhoods. In the NRT neighborhoods, they're called impoverished neighborhoods. They don't have a PhD. They didn't go to UW. They don't know how to negotiate. They know how to scream and demand and get pissed off. They know how to do that. But in order to give them the skills that they need, this is what placemaking is about. Now, if this is not written where you're comfortable in moving forward, then let's rewrite it. But don't table it and say, we'll think about something else. This is not a priority. Yes, it is a priority because we are losing our communities. I don't know about your community, but I know about mine. I know about the neighbors in my community. The District 1 is a very diverse district. You can talk about what happens in your district. How many of the alders have sat with NRTs and asked them, what are you doing? What is the plan for my neighborhood? How are you empowering my neighborhoods and the residents in my neighborhood to do better? Right? I don't know that. I'm asking that question. If we have not met as alders of the identified target, whatever those target neighborhoods are, if we have not met to really understand what you want to see, why are you going to throw it out? If it's not written the way you wanted to write it, and it's not getting the outcomes that you want, let's rewrite it. But absolutely, our neighborhoods need and want to be sustaining and to rule themselves and make their own decisions. But we have to give them the tools in order to do that. They don't have the tools to do that. Many of our residents don't even know how to go to school and advocate on behalf of their children. They think that we'll go and shout or we go and cuss the teacher out and we'll get what we want. You're not going to get what you want that way. I'm asking this body to step outside of your, this is $40,000. I'm asking this body to step outside yourselves and say, how can we give neighbors in their community the opportunity to learn to fish for themselves and stop allowing others to come into the community and say, you do it this way, you do it that way, you do it that way. They come into the community and they say that because they are not empowered to say, no, this is not what we want. We want it this way. We can't continue business as usual. This is $40,000. I have seen us approve of much more than this. When you talk about the public market and the diversity in the public market, when I was going to those meetings, I saw 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 people of color. I don't know what it is now, right? But we are spending much money on the public market. And you're going to tell me that you are not willing to spend $40,000 to get a community where they need to be? I don't know of this company, this organization that came in before, but I absolutely know from the experience that they worked with and were successful in underdeveloped communities, underdeveloped states. You got me really upset. I'm more than upset, but I can't say the word that I am. They've been working in communities that are facing some of the same problems that we're facing. But I say again, at what point do you stop giving people handouts? And when will we allow people to be empowered to make their own decisions? So that's from Barbara McKinney. That's not from Mayor Soglin. That's not from anybody else in this room, is that I am sick and tired of you saying to communities, this is what you need, this is what you don't need. Why don't we start asking people, what is it that you need to sustain your own community? And to give them the tools that they can make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are some alders who haven't spoken. I'm going to call them out of the queue before I let anyone go twice after this. So next is Alder Palm, then Alder DeMarb, and then Alder Balday.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to collect all my thoughts on this debate, and I think I realize everyone on this council is trying to do what they think is right for the community. I think everyone, I believe, I hope that everyone believes in public spaces, that placemaking really matters. I'll give you sort of an example, because 2 weeks ago, my neighborhood, Eakin Park, put on a neighborhood festival. You might know about it because there was an article in the newspaper. There was an article in the newspaper because the neighborhood has invested a lot of energy on making the intersection of North Street, Commercial Avenue, and Meyer Avenue much more dynamic. There's, instead of shots fired at the tip top, there's, well, shots. A good beer on tap. There's now a breakfast place. Most people really know us now because of our very artistic neighborhood sign. And those things happen because we place a focus on placemaking, that creating in this sea of ubiquitous that is the city, unique places. Unfortunately, for some good reasons as a community, we have a lot of standards, as you can see in Houston with sort of the lack of building standards, that the way we've built this city is much more consistent. There's setbacks from housing and where we build and curb and gutter and urban roadway. And so that means that the uniqueness of our communities sometimes get lost. And we need to really find ways to reclaim that uniqueness, to allow neighborhoods to come together. I did, for a number of years, have the privilege of representing Darber-Worthington. And it's a heartbreaking representation. I don't know how the current alder's experience is on there, but every time you could find someone, a community leader who was there, who could do the job, who was learning, you were really sort of bringing things together. That was the time they realized they too needed to do better, and they found another place to be. And that was a challenge. That was an absolute challenge. And it just meant that there was that cycle that, good things happened. We were doing an event, and then they found a different community that now they're taking their next step up, and good for them, but not so good for the community. And then that would mean that we'd look for another neighborhood president, and nothing would happen for months on end. And then maybe you'd get someone to step forward, and then you'd work really hard to get them going. And then they would say, I have potential. I can do these things. I can personally move forward. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I stay here. And so I think one of the values about a concerted city engaging method of placemaking is being to say to everyone in their community, we can make your community where you want to be, that represents you, that is unique to who you are, and that you want to come home to. Over the years, I've probably approved millions of dollars in consultant contracts, and I've fought some good fights. There were some that I didn't really support. there's a lot of them that I think that we really should reinvent how we do things and instill more capacity in our own staff. I think that's something that on this council universally we've had conversations about, but we've never really had any true sort of systemic effort to say, maybe we dispense with 5 of these contracts and we hire a planner who does this. And of course, we all know job scope creep and it changes but you know, a lot of the money that the center, this vendor did was for the public market, and we do have a staff member who's working on the public market. Just shows you how much work putting these things together. And to respond to Alder McKinney, there are plenty of people interested in vending, especially vending at the public market that don't look like me. And that's very good. These things are challenging, and we do need expertise. And as I said, I would love to bring on board an expert, because I heard Alder McKinney say we need to make investments and not just leave these neighborhoods, but the truth of the matter is our consultant is, when the money runs out, the consultant's gonna not come back. They're not flying back here when we're not paying them. And so making an investment in our staff to be able to do this and many other things, I think is a worthy investment. On the other hand, even our staff can't learn without going through these exercises with people who know. And so for this dollar amount, I'm willing to support it. I'm willing to say there's an opportunity here. There's an opportunity here to build this city, to build our community, to build our residents. I think we really should take the long-term view, and as I said, invest in to build in our staff. I guess I can keep that going. And I'd like to do that. But I think this council should recognize how important it is for us as a community and as a staff to have expertise that we don't possess, and to honor our communities with those expertise.
Thank you, Alder. Next is Alder DeMarb, to be followed by Alder Balday and then Alder Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's really hard to know where to begin with all of this. You know, I came into this tonight thinking that this was a consulting contract, a sole source consulting contract for placemaking. I support placemaking. I think everyone on the council supports placemaking. That's not the issue. But in sitting here tonight, I think that maybe it's placemaking, maybe it's leadership building, and perhaps it's economic development. What I know it isn't is taking the place of bad land use decisions in the past and, you know, things that just hasn't been done well. $40,000 is not going to do that from any consultant. It seems like what it is money for training. Training for what? I'm not exactly sure. And so it's hard to support something that seems really ambiguous right now. I thought it was $40,000 for placemaking, for Fred Kent and his folks to come here and work with neighborhoods on placemaking, which Alder Ahrens pointed out. In no uncertain terms, we heard that people are tired of folks coming into their neighborhoods and telling them what to do and how they should be. So it's difficult to put all of this together and begin to figure out what this really is. I can tell you for sure that I'm not after kicking the mayor's butt. And I can tell you for sure that I'm not turning around and saying, and you don't have a plan. I can tell you for sure, Alder McKinney, that I've sat with NRTs, that I've listened to residents like most people in this room have. And being lectured to about what should or shouldn't be done does not help in making these decisions. I can tell you that for sure. But what I can't tell you is what Project for Public Spaces is supposed to be doing for the residents of Madison for $40,000. And it's certainly not about the $40,000. I mean, day in and day out, we approve money for what we think Mr. O'Keefe and his staff will put to good use, day in and day out. And there's not a day that I don't support the work that the Department of Community Services is doing. But I don't know what this money's for. And so I'm not going to be voting for it. I hope it comes back in some other way that is more understandable. I certainly would support leadership training and leadership building in our neighborhoods, absolutely. And talking to Alder Kimball, there's cities in our country that have, do have models that we could learn from. Jackson, Mississippi, if I'm not mistaken, have done some good work there. So let's learn from them. Let's learn from people like us doing the same work in other cities. Totally in support of that. Bring folks here and pay for their passage. Go there and learn from them and see what they're doing. But I don't know what this does. And I can't, in good conscience, support something that I really have no idea of what it's supposed to be. I believe in my heart that it, not that that matters, but it's not in my mind, but I believe in my heart that this was brought forward with every good intention. I certainly believe that Alder McKinney stands up here and speaks from her heart. But what we're doing here is not only using our hearts, but using our minds and making sure that public money is put to good use and that we understand what it's going to be used for. And I don't understand what this is going to be used for, and until I do, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Balde, to be followed by Alder Kimball and then Alder Cheeks.
So I'll be brief, but I want to say that at the beginning of this evening, we listened to Eric Upchurch talking about the disconnection between city government and folks out there. When he was done, we also listened to the DACA people about how the government of the United States is disconnected to its citizens. So last week, Alder Claire, myself, Alder Dennis Dimap, and Larry Palm went to the jail to visit. So they can all tell stories about what happened or what we saw. What we saw was an African-American population that is being incarcerated like nothing else matters in this world. I don't know what the percentage is, but if I were to guess, over 80% of those we saw in the prison or the jail are people of color. Why do you think they are there? Why is it that it's not proportional to the population of the city or the county? We don't know the answers, but I know one of the reasons is that lack of skills. None of those people, I would guess, who is sitting in those jails has a PhD degree or a bachelor's degree or even an associate degree. If they had the skills to really not do what sent them there, they probably wouldn't be there. So, I mean, it's $40,000. You can say, this will not do anything. It's consultancy or whatever. But we've never tried it here in this form. So what is wrong with spending $40,000 and try it? We can choose not to try it again. But I think we should go after, look at the message, not the messenger in this case. whether it is going to be contracted to somebody outside or somebody who is internal, I don't think that is very relevant to really what we want to accomplish. What we want to see is how is this going to impact particularly people of color. We talk about here all the time when we organize meetings, people of color generally do not show up. Labor Day weekend, I went with somebody in my district who is very active in the community to a park. When we get to the park, there was a party going. Over 90% of the people there were people of color, and they were all dancing and having fun. One of the things that we talked about was this is the way to reach these people. So if we have had one person there trained on the displace making, he probably can use those skills and reach to the rest of the people. But if we continue doing what we are doing, that is organize neighborhood meetings and all these other meetings, you don't see people of color there. That is not their style. They have different way of, there's a different way of reaching them in many cases. So if we don't want to try this, everything, well, this is not going to work, then let's do what will continue to fail. And what I always tell people is that we'll all live in this city. If you move to the outskirts of the city, the problems that you run away from this city will follow you there. So let's try things. $40,000, if we all go by what we are paid hourly at our regular jobs, we spend more than $40,000 since we started debating this issue. So, I mean, look, I think there's nothing wrong with giving this a try and see how it works. If it doesn't work, never do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Alder Kimball.
Thanks. To use a word my 89-year-old dad likes to use, I'm befuddled. I honestly don't know what the controversy is here. If it's sole source contracts, on the consent agenda, we just passed 3 or 4 sole source contracts for property management services, for architectural design services, for HVAC. We just did with zero debate. This is not a zero-sum proposal with anything else that the city is doing. And I understand what it's for. There's an attachment to this item in Legistar, a 4-page attachment that says what it's for, and it says it's placemaking capacity building, a training and technical assistance initiative in Madison. And the summary says the project aims to strengthen and empower community groups and individuals in selected neighborhoods of Madison, Wisconsin through placemaking training and assistance in the implementation of short-term improvements to the neighborhood community places. It doesn't say, and then it goes on for 4 pages with a lot of detail about what that is. I can picture what it is. It's capacity building for NRTs, for community groups engaged in the work. It's not necessarily violence related, but it doesn't even have to be. I mean, it's money in a budget that isn't otherwise being spent. These are resources that are being focused on NRT neighborhoods, on low-income neighborhoods. Why would we object to that? These aren't resources that are being taken from anything else. It's $40,000 for consultants to do capacity building work in neighborhoods that need it. It's pretty simple to me.
Thank you, Alder. I have Alder Cheeks.
So I've been, just mostly trying to pay attention and follow the trends in the discussion, or try to follow a common path. And I think maybe a little bit like Alder Kimball, I've been trying to search for what's at the root of this here, and I think I'm starting to discern it, right? So. The document, as it describes, isn't necessarily violence-related, which I think causes confusion for some of the council and probably some of our constituents who've contacted us to ask us about this, because it was introduced as a major violence-related strategy. So I think there's confusion as it relates to that. As it relates to placemaking, certainly this council has a history of supporting placemaking. That's been said several times. I think I mean, I'll be more specific in saying, I mean, Alder McKinney made a very spirited argument, which I found quite persuasive, to the importance of us as elected officials, empowering, as a government, empowering our constituents to be able to fish for themselves, to be able to solve their own problems, to be able to come up with their own solutions. I think we have heard examples of people who have a reputation for doing that already in our communities. You know, folks like Eric Upchurch, folks like Sheree, folks, you know, certainly I could come up with a list of people in my own district. And so I think maybe part of the confusion around this that maybe has gone not directly said so far is that if we're going to put a bunch of money to empowering the rest of our neighborhood to do the work that Eric Upchurch and Sheree and others are doing, why don't we pay those folks to do it? Why don't we pay our neighbors? I mean, if we're deploying city dollars, why don't we pay local experts with proven experience to come together? Gosh, wouldn't that be neat? Folks from all different districts coming together, bringing together this little brainchild, you know, super group committee from 20 different districts or 30 different neighborhoods and say, what worked for you? What worked in Alder Eskert's district? What works in Zach's district? What are the commonalities between the lot of us? Yeah, that would be a neat way for us to deploy city resources directly into the pockets of our constituents so that they can be taking that and equipping the rest of their neighbors. I mean, it's not like the only people with placemaking experience or passion are, you know, folks from this consultancy. And so I think there's this thread of confusion as to why is it so important that we bring someone in here that will only come back if we pay them again, rather than empower financially and programmatically local people here to be able to dedicate their resources. Alder Carter talked about the root causes of some of the tension that we experience in our neighborhood. The root cause of tension in so many instances is financial instability. If we can play a small role in creating a little bit of financial stability for a short period of time for folks and say, we value your past experience in bringing people to these city council meetings or in putting together these, you know, dances of 200 people that Alder Bolday referenced. I mean, that would be a really neat way for us to deploy our dollars directly into the pockets of our neighbors. And, you know, a couple of years ago, Alder Rummel and I took this whole concept 3.5 steps further and said, we should be doing participatory budgeting. We should be actually deploying a significant percentage of our dollars and saying, you know what? The public should be in a position to be able to organize and make a difference in how we spend our dollars. We should absolutely be moving towards that, and I hope that, you know, the nature of this conversation brings us back to that discussion, because one of the things we've seen, one of the things that I've observed, and one of the things that has been reported out of the participatory budgeting group is that you see higher levels of civic participation on participatory budgeting than you even see in voting. And the brilliance of PB is you get folks who are capable of organizing a march of tens of thousands of people. I'm thinking of the folks who were here to speak to us today, who organized around DACA for the past couple of years. They can participate in participatory budgeting, right? So, I mean, let's talk about how we really, really empower our constituents directly. This conversation around placemaking, I think, has probably caused confusion for our constituents because it was introduced. I think for those, what time is it, 10 o'clock? We probably have a couple dozen people that might still be watching. For those who are watching, they're probably confused because they say, well, the council's talking a lot about placemaking and human empowerment and maybe economic development or something like that, but when I first heard about this, I was kind of excited about the idea that we were going to be getting really proactive about violence prevention, and there's been no discussion about how this relates to violence prevention. I think that gap, the lack of clarity in the resolution or the proposal in front of us, would be a source of concern for those watching, because violence is the greatest concern facing most of our constituents in the city right now, and this $40,000 is not clearly a response sufficient to the need of our constituents' concerns. So all that, these are my observations as I'm listening here, and I'm really interested in finding a way for us to put more money into empowering our constituents and our communities and our historically how do I want to say, historically marginalized communities. This isn't putting money into our historically marginalized communities. This is putting money into a consultant that we hope will identify the folks like Eric Upchurch that are already doing the work, and I don't know, maybe help him organize more people to do that. When there's an opportunity for us to extend dollars to do work that is not particularly expertly unique, when we're able to on the floor come up with a list of people that are already having success doing organizing of people in our communities, I'd rather put money into the pockets of our constituents. I mean, give our taxpayers their dollars back. So anyway, I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to support this as it's currently written. And to Alder McKinney's point, I mean, I'm not particularly interested in the sausage making on the floor, but I'm super interested in us bringing this back into something that we say, let's empower our constituents to be able to solve their own problems by employing our constituents to train some more of their peers and neighbors and friends in having the type of success that they're already having. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going back into the rounds of people who have already spoken. So if you haven't spoken and you'd like to, I will put you in front. But otherwise, it's Alder Eskridge to be followed by Alder Fair and then Alder Bedar.
Thank you. So my questions a long time ago when I was asking them were really about the funding that we're putting forward and the way in which we moved forward with this contract. And there was a reason for that, because I think Alder DeMarb really started to make this point, and then Alder Cheeks really kind of dove into it to exactly where I was going to go. And it really puts aside whether placemaking is important, which we believe it is, and actually brings up the point that we have funding opportunities available to us right now to support placemaking through our processes. And our job as policymakers is to set in place processes and policies and funding to do what we want it to do. And if we don't think that's adequately happening right now, we have budgets and directions that we can give to agencies through those directives to change those processes. So I would look forward to us having those conversations, particularly around things like participatory budgeting, which hopefully our citywide goal setting is helping us to define collective impact processes where we can move forward in that way. Hopefully that's all the work that we're doing around the budget, and we can continue that. But we have RFP rules, I want to say, policies for a reason, and that is to give opportunity to people to bid on projects and to help, as Alder Cheek said, put money into the pockets of people who can best help us best meet the outcomes that we're defining. And I don't believe we did that in this case. And so for that reason, amongst the many others that have already been described, I can't support this proposal as it's currently written.
Alder Fair?
I really don't have much more to say. That's already very well been said. I do want to say one thing about Sheree Wallace. who kind of getting to Alder Cheek's point about people who are out there who have a history of organizing, and there's a lot more. I would be remiss if I didn't say Coach Assad. I'm not going to go through everybody because we could all go through members of our community who do a lot of things. But her consultants, and a lot of it was her hard work and determination, were Coach Assad, were Willa Schlecht, were me, were people in the neighborhood, and we came together and we came around her and we helped her, and she just took off. So, I mean, that sort of stuff is happening all the time. And just to get back to Alder Cheek's point and DeMarv and others who have said it, like, let's value those folks. So this is certainly, placemaking is certainly something we all support. And placemaking could be a part of, and I'm going to say it, a comprehensive plan. I'm going to continue to say it, so get used to it, violence prevention plan. But I really will have a hard time supporting this if this is our violence prevention plan, because it falls way, way, way short of that. So in the future, let's figure out how we can build community with residents who I think already are doing a lot of that, support them financially and with other kind of capacity as a part of a comprehensive plan to make this community safer for all our residents.
Alder Bedar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also not going to repeat. All I'm going to say is two things. I feel very sad that a discussion on the council floor about just our perspective, which is what we should be doing as a legislative body, turns into an us versus them. I think we all read our information and we come to different conclusion. I don't think that we should have any member of this body or anybody think that any of us sitting at this table doesn't believe in placemaking or in empowering our community, and that doesn't do our job as alders in connecting with all of our constituents. And certainly I know many of the alders specifically do their work on a daily basis to connect with those community members who are doing hard work as grassroots organizers in their challenged neighborhoods, for lack of a better term. So it is about, so it's not about, this kind of big imaginary thing. I think we all agree that those are really important to our community. It's about these 4 pages. And Alder Kimber has read these 4 pages and has arrived at the conclusion that there is enough detail for her here to feel comfortable supporting. I have read the same 4 pages and I have arrived at the conclusion that I need more details for me to be able to really understand what this is about. I think that's a fair thing for each of us to understand, that we can arrive to those different conclusions. Few things that are missing for me, there's no numbers. How many people? It seems very focused on NRTs, more on NRTs and getting training for NRT than it is on actual community members. So those are things that are missing for me for this. I just, if I read here, how many community members are we having go through this training? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100? I don't know how many we're getting for $40,000. Second conclusion that I arrived to, some people think $40,000 is worth the gamble and worth trying. I sit on community services, and knowing with Alder Hall, knowing what penny counting we go through, for example, for Emerging Opportunities Program, to take $1,000 away from this agency and grassroots community nascent group, to give $1,000 to the other because there is not enough money in our emerging program. $40,000 seems like a lot of money to me because I come from that perspective. So I think it's fair for me to think that it is a lot of money to spend. Third thing is whether I do think we should be doing sole source or not, and whether this is a good policy for this type of RFPs. I personally, again, can name a number of people, organization, Council of Communities. Have anybody heard of them? Eric Upchurch was here. They do community engagement work. They are here. They're doing all this work. They have been trying for over a year and a half to get into a process in which they can be more active with city government, and have not been able to really succeed at that. I feel a responsibility to them if I'm going to be giving money to a place from New York. Do we have consultants that can do this? Hey, Annette Miller, Equity by Design comes to mind. I think, hey, you know what? She could certainly do this. She understands by far better how city government works in the city of Madison, what is happening in communities of color, and she's certainly connected with what goes on in neighborhoods. So those are the questions that come to my mind. I think they are fair questions. I hate to be accused of whatever, the politics of like kicking somebody's this or not. I think they're a fair question, and I think I'm getting paid this huge salary increases that I gave myself to be here at 10 p.m. to ask those fair questions and to be mindful of how we are moving forward in making investment for our city and how we're using the taxpayers' money. So I hope that we can all kind of get whatever, I can't even speak English anymore at this point, but get down from our high horse or whatever that expression is. And we realize it's fair for some of us to ask this question. I'm not gonna have any issues with whoever votes yes, any issues with whoever votes no. It's fair. And let's stop like trying to point fingers like who's the bad guy, who's the good guy. We all believe at the end of the day in the reasons why we want to do this, whether you arrive to a yes or you arrive to a no. So I just don't appreciate being told that I don't understand what placemaking is, that I don't understand what empowering communities means, because I do. And the last thing I will say, I talked for too long, clearly. The last thing I would say is that we are also hearing feedback from people. And so I think that there is this doesn't get said enough. I don't arrive here also thinking about this without having talked to a few people who are doing work in the communities and hearing from them in confidence because they trust me what they think about this. So some of my way that they arrive to my thinking about it is also informed by them. Are they comfortable sitting here in front of all of us saying that? No, unfortunately. But are they comfortable telling people that they trust what they think about this? Yes, they do. And so, again, it's not just sort of arriving here as some people decide we're just going to say no because I just feel like saying no. It's not true.
Could I call on myself again? Thank you. So I've struggled with this. I sat on finance, and finance basically voted in favor of it. And I think the reason is there was money in the budget for placemaking. This was not taking money away from the 15-point plan and the $400,000. And while I still had issues, I decided, well, I guess that's okay if it's not that other money. Because that other money to me seemed like the money that we really are working with to try new things. And I'm not saying this isn't a new thing, but I guess my question is, if what we need is community organizing and leadership training, what's the best way to get that? And is this the best vehicle for it? Maybe some people think it might be. I'm just not really convinced that it is, because, and when I see placemaking, even on their website, it's a power of 10 destinations. There's some neighborhoods that if you have more than one destination, you're really lucky. And I mean, you could paint the street, but that's only good for a day, a weekend event, and then you have a nice street painted, and it's, there it is. But I guess for me, it's the comments about investing in our local leadership to help our communities and I don't even use the word empower. That's too passive. We need power in their communities. They need to own their power that they have. And if they don't know how to use it, or they are too distracted and atomized by their lives, I don't know that we can always solve that, but we can certainly try. And I think that's what we all want to do. And so I guess I just really, the thing that strikes me is, yes, I also, Alderman McKinney, spent time with my NRT when I didn't have a full-time job and could meet at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which now I can't. And it was a really good group of people. But you know what? They're not the leaders in the neighborhood. They're city staff. They're an agglomeration of people from different agencies, totally well-meaning, totally will do stuff, totally, have good ideas, come up with ideas to give to the mayor for the budget. And that's all good. But so do they need training? I guess I don't really know exactly how them being trained as placemakers helps our charge. So I'm not quite there yet on there. I get how learning these strategies might be something to add to our toolkit. And, you know, I can kind of go along with it's the $40,000 and not a lot of money, relatively speaking, even though we can inch out $1,000 here and there and it's very hard. So I get both of that. But I guess I'm still not sure why it is that community organizing isn't what we're putting our money into. How are we building our local capacity? And can they train us? Maybe if they can, it's worth it. But, you know, we talked about Annette Miller. There's also Jeffrey Lewis. Jeffrey Lewis worked a really long time in Darbo, did a lot of good work. But you know what? We still have the issue in Darbo is the kids will show up for stuff. Yeah, get to know all the kids. But their parents are off doing something else. And I worked with Will Green now for many years. It's just that disconnect, that multi-generational thing is the nub for my part of the world that I'm trying to deal with. How do we get the parents and the kids engaged? And maybe other neighborhoods have different dynamics, but that's mine. And it's just a really tough one. So you can have a playground and people come play basketball and listen to music, but will they sit around and discuss? Yeah, they do discuss some things, but even just keeping the neighborhood association active, that's representative of like the people of color that live there, that's like a big struggle. And I can't substitute myself. You know, I can go to every meeting and say, here's what you should do, but I try not to do that because even though I have the power to do that, that's not what I really see my role as a leader isn't just saying, oh, I'll get you, but I've done it. Oh, I'll get you, you know, I'll move the thing and we'll get speed humps. I can do that, but it doesn't mean they're organizing among themselves saying on a regular basis, saying what they need. So I struggle with it. And I want people to get training and experience, and so I'm willing to maybe try this, but I really am skeptical. And so that's what I have. And you know, the next person up is Alder McKinney, and as chair, Alder, you cannot talk for 10 minutes again. I'm sorry, everyone else talks for about 5 minutes. I think you really need to, if I call on you again for the third time, you should be more conscientious. Thank you. And there you go. And then followed by Alder Kimball.
A question. When is an amendment in order?
We have what's in order right now is a motion to place on file. So the city attorney can help me, but you need to, if you want to dispense with this place on file, that would be the first order of business, and from what I understand.
Yes.
So if you want to tell us what you might do, you could, and otherwise, the issue is, before us, is to place on file.
You can't propose a substantive amendment to the motion to approve or the document itself. Some other motion might be in order, but it's not an amendment. For example, a motion to refer would be in order.
Alder.
So, a motion to refer is in order, as well as, to amend is not in order? Okay. Okay. Wow.
The other option is to vote down.
Rather than Mike just sitting in the chair and explaining it, can I explain it from here?
Please, sure.
A motion to place on file is only amended by time or place, and this one has no reference to time or place. Amendment has to be to a main motion, the piece of legislation itself.
Okay.
So if the motion to place on file happens, the item is killed. If the motion to place on file is defeated, then the main motion is before us, and then an amendment can be made.
Okay. Is that more questions, Alder?
No, that answers my
Thank
question.
you. Now we have, Alder King.
Can you just repeat your advice to her, that she could potentially tell us what her objective would be?
She could tell us,
If
a
the
hint at it
motion-
without
if the-
making a
Right,
direct
if the
motion.
motion were to fail to place it on file, what would be her intent in an amendment?
Alderman Kennedy, would you care to answer that?
Yes, so to amend that, that the mayor and the city clerk are authorized to execute a sole source contract or contracts with project for public spaces for up to $40,000 for the planning division for placemaking, training, and identification of pilot projects that enhance the capacity of local groups and individuals in target neighborhoods to initiate, develop, and implement small-scale placemaking projects that build community, to enhance the tools and capacity of NRTs to effectively engage with and support community groups and individuals in the placemaking process, to help create catalytic seed projects in target neighborhoods with funding provided from the city for implementation and staff support, to use the placemaking approach to grow the sense of empowerment and ownership in target neighborhoods.
Thank you. The last person in the queue is Alder Kimball.
I really wish we had $200,000 in purchase service item in the budget for community organizing. I don't think we do. I think we have that budget item for placemaking through the planning department. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, is that correct? Right. So, I mean, I would advocate for $1 million a year in the budget to support community organizing. That's my background, that's what I believe. I believe so strongly in grassroots democracy that my job is grassroots democracy. I gave up a career in academia to have a 17-year career in a worker cooperative, which is workplace democracy. That's how much I believe in grassroots democracy and supporting community organizing. But this budget line item is not for that. It is for something very specific called placemaking in the planning division budget. And we have what many of my colleagues tonight have agreed is one of the top organizations in the country, maybe the world, for not only doing placemaking, but doing capacity building for other people to do placemaking. So let's just be clear, this is what we're this is the pot of money we're dealing with. This money can't be used for community organizing generally. This pot of money is for placemaking initiatives in neighborhoods. And I will remind all of us that earlier this summer, and I'm including myself in this because I also voted for it, but we voted on a sole source RFP-less, contract-less amount of money to community groups to do the kind of organizing and violence prevention work that there wasn't even a contract when we voted for it. And it was an ugly process that got played out in the newspapers. And we did that. So all of us did that. So talk about high horses. I think, a sole source contract for something that is well within the purview of this budget item that is not taking money away from community organizing is not a big reach.
Well, there's no one in the queue. The mayor's in the queue.
Thank you. There's been no communication between Alderwoman Kemble and I in the last hour. You made two very critical points, and department heads who are here, and Dave Schmidtke, I'm going to ask you to review just for the last 2 years and give us a report of all of the sole source contracts that we have let for the last 2 years. I hope it doesn't consume too much of your time, but I think the council ought to know, since this is such an important issue in killing this matter, how many times we have done it and under what circumstances. Secondly, this isn't a world of things being mutually exclusive. Now, I happen to have some philosophical issues with government paying for community organizing. I happen to think it's a contradiction in that when government pays for community organizing, it in effect is too frequently paying to get support for that government. That unfortunately, because government's paying the bill when it comes to actively supporting community organizing, there are expectations that those who are receiving the funds are not going to bite the hand that feeds them. And I much rather prefer to see the private sector do it. But putting that aside, this $40,000 does not mean that money cannot be devoted for community organizing. And in fact, in some way, we've already done that with the funds that have been let in regards to the rapid response and the RFP that's right now out there, which we're working on to let funding for the balance of the $400,000 that remains. What is this contract for? It is for training. It is for training of staff, because I believe if people in the community are engaged in placemaking and have been trained, that our staff ought to be. I've seen staff making too many mistakes. Now, the one I'm about to recount is from a long time ago, but it's a good example. We had a situation where an isolated neighborhood in a food desert where parents could not get to shopping, but there was an accessible van. And what needed to be developed was a schedule of childcare and shopping so that people could rotate and get their shopping done at a store that had a wide variety of foods at reasonable prices that wasn't walking distance to the neighborhood. And one of our staff people set about organizing a schedule and setting the whole damn thing up. No, that was wrong. It should have been done by the parents involved in making the decisions. We have 2 staff people out of all of our folks who have been trained in placemaking. 2. That's it. It seems to me that if we're going to take this seriously, the staff who's most connected to the neighborhoods ought to know what their role and what their function is. At the same time, the training involving the neighborhood folks is critical if we're going to find them as effective as the folks who came before us on Jeffy Trail. Now, this is not community organizing. Nobody ever said it was. It is leadership. It is learning how to make decisions. Now, there's a third element, which is after the training, if folks want to continue in a placemaking exercise for their neighborhood, this provides that technical support to make sure we're doing it right. The leadership is critical. We've discovered this in so many different ways. One of the things we have learned in the operation of just regular city staff or NRTs involved in community engagement is if we don't have active, assertive neighborhood leadership, we as a government are not effective. And if you look at our city or any other city in the country, you will see that there is a correlation between strong neighborhoods and neighborhood leadership. And with that comes safety and health. There is a correlation between that leadership, those strong neighborhoods, and safety and health. And as a result of this, if it works, what we ought to see is greater assertion and greater leadership coming from the training. Now, if we combine that with effective community organizing, I think we're going to have much safer, much healthier, much more successful neighborhoods. This is not about community organizing and leadership. This element is about leadership. The operating budget is not yet complete. I can tell you right now, you are going to see proposals in the operating budget that addresses some of these other issues. And just as I would not cut them out if we did this, I wouldn't cut this out if we did the others. They're all part of the same objective. They're all based on looking at those 5 critical elements that we need. Housing first, transportation, education and jobs, quality child care, and the one that's too often overlooked, which is health, and health includes nutrition, and health includes mental health, which is a function which is not our responsibility. The tools for dealing with that rest in other units of government, but I'm telling you now, we're going to have to look at that if we're serious about solving these problems. Thank you.
We have Alder Bedard, followed by Alder Cheeks.
I have a question actually for the mayor, if I don't know what's in order at this point. So, Mayor, my question to you is whether there has been a conversation about this relationship with the Project for Public Spaces being a train-the-trainer model, so that, because we have who we have right now in the NRTs and in the neighborhoods, and I mean, we could be doing this again in a year or a year and a half because there's just movement. So is this a train-the-trainer model and I'm not reading it here?
This is not designed to train people who will become trainers, no.
Okay. Is that a possibility, I guess I'm asking? Could that conversation happen?
I think it is a possibility.
Okay.
I would start out, they're not here this evening, the 2 members of the city plan department that have been trained in this, a conversation with them and a conversation, since they've already gone through the training, and a conversation with the Project for Public Spaces people, I think would be in order.
And then, so if this were to be referred, would you be willing to, and again, I'm speaking just for myself, like define this potential for a train-the-trainer so we feel like we're spending, for me, a certain amount of money that really then leaves the knowledge in the community for us to continue to be able to do this, to better define how many people, because again, I don't know how many people total NRT would be kind of train-the-trainer, how many people could attend a larger, like not train-the-trainer, but a larger group. And then the third one would be whether we could have then, based on that, a breakdown, a more detailed breakdown of the budget. Sorry, all of that was a question.
Okay. Let me see if I can remember all those elements. 1, in terms of the city staff that would be trained, I think we estimated it at about 100 people. That there'd probably be about 110, 115 who would be, in effect, eligible, and assuming vacations, illness, whatever, we'd probably end up with about 90% turnout. So we're estimating about 100 city staff. In terms of the neighborhoods themselves, we see it as a range from somewhere around 140, 150, up to 210, 220. And that was based on the number of NRTs, with a range of anywhere from 10 to 20 people from each neighborhood. In terms of a greater breakout of the budget, I assume we could obtain that. Yes, that would not be difficult.
And I guess the last one.
And finding out what the cost would be to do it in such depth as to train trainers, we could ask that, yes.
And sorry, to clarify, I was meaning like smaller numbers, but train the trainer. So instead of like 100 NRT and 200 community members, could we do 50 as a combination that are actually depth trained in train the trainers, so that then they can do stuff in this community after the people from New York go back to New York? That's my question.
Okay, let me just say that I doubt that, for example, the cost of training 20 of our people as opposed to 100 is much different. I really don't think it would be much different. So if we're getting 20 trained, we might as well get 100. I think that there's going to take a lot more sessions. You got to remember, these are half-day sessions.
I guess again, I'm just speaking to my perspective. It is going to take more sessions to have the trainer, but I feel like more sessions with smaller and less people that are going to be able to make the commitment for trainer, because it's longer hours of commitment. But I feel that to me starts getting at capacity building within our own community that can stay within our community, as opposed to we do a full day training, and those who were here for that full day training, great. Those who weren't, a year from now or have moved on, we don't have that capacity built. So that's where I was trying to get at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Cheeks. And also, just so the body knows that Tarek has lit up his light. Is there a question that I could ask you that you might answer? Did you have some comment you wanted to make?
It's floated on and off at different points when I thought there might be a question. I mean, one thing that I did want to, you had asked a question much earlier about the difference a ways back when some of the original projects that have been done with Fred Kent was originally here, and what happened to those kind of things. And I just wanted to point out with that that this is really about a whole different process, in that it's not about necessarily those projects per se. It's really about that capacity building for the folks that would be going through it for the first time. And so I think being able to invest in folks now. But that was the one remaining question that was out there.
Thank you, Tara. I have Alder Cheeks and Alder DeMarb.
I'd actually like to thank the mayor for putting this in front of us and causing, I think, a pretty useful discussion about how we might explore further empowering our neighbors to be able to affect the change that they want to see in the world, right? And to be able to influence us and be able to steer the future of our city. And I think, to some extent, it is our responsibility to ensure that we have a population that has all the tools they need to be able to do that. In the last few minutes of this discussion came to light, I think, a really, really critical point here is this idea of whether or not we are investing, whether or not we are spending our money sustainably. Okay? So to be sure, I was only on the fence about this because I felt like I'd really rather invest in local folks rather than an outside consultant. But the reason why I was only on the fence about that issue was because I was really under the impression that we were hiring a consultant to train people in a sustainable way, that they would be able to then flourish and train other people. I think that's critical. If we're going to bring in somebody and the idea that they have some superpower expertise, I do not want the city to be in a position where we need to bring them in every 2 years, every so often, when Sheree leaves the neighborhood. She's one of the people who get trained, not her specifically, but, you know, any of the, however many people, Matt, please apologize to Sheree next time you see her that her name gets brought up so many times today. When one of these however many people live here, I mean, to be honest, let's acknowledge some of the populations that we're talking about, some of our neighbors and constituents. These are some of the most transient populations in our city. You know, these folks will live in different neighborhoods in the future. They will potentially leave the city. Hopefully, they will stay here and thrive. But I don't want 4 years from now to have 70% less people. I want to have 7 times more people with these skills because we've trained people who are going on to continue to train people. So I would, given the context of where we're at right now, I would be willing to vote against tabling this and rather refer this with the instruction that we take some of the context of this discussion and bring together a proposal that is going to be a sustainable investment such that the skills that come out of this will be people who are capable of then imparting those skills. This is the fishing that Alderman McKinney talked about. And I know she's hesitant to speak again because she's spoken several times, but you know, certainly the sort of side conversation was strong agreement that we need to be teaching people to be fisher teachers or something like that, right? To take that. Anyway, cool. Thanks this has actually been a really good discussion. Thanks, everybody.
Alder DeMarb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the mayor. Light on. Mayor Soglin, you answered the questions of Alder Badar, and my question to you is, if this is referred, would you be willing to actually implement something on train the trainer instead of what is before us?
I don't know if the Project for Public Spaces has an educational program of training trainers. That's my first concern, whether they have it. Secondly, I'm concerned that the cost might be greater because it's going to take a lot more than that one session. And thirdly, I'm concerned about the length of time that it's going to take to get this rolling, because I was really hoping that we can do this over the winter and be operational by spring. And given what I'm thinking may happen, is it's going to come back as a more costly package. But if it's referred, yes, I will sit down. Tarek and I will talk to the folks from Project Public Spaces, relay to them the nature of this conversation tonight, and see if we can get everything we want.
Thank you.
Yes, this project is important.
Thank you. So if I could just, Madam Chair, if I could just speak to that.
Go ahead.
I spoke earlier, I didn't think that I understood what this was about, and I read the 4 pages, and the 4 pages were about placemaking. But when people were talking, they weren't talking about placemaking. They were talking about economic development, and they were talking about leadership building and many things, not necessarily placemaking, and certainly not the placemaking that's on this handout from Alder McKinney. So, and I said I could not support that because it's like it didn't know what it wanted to be. And when Alder Balde said we need to try it, and I'm like, try what? What are we really trying? Because yes, I read the 4 pages, but the 4 pages weren't what people were talking about here tonight. And so I could definitely support referral. if Mayor Soglin would go back to Project to Public Places, and I understand that it will probably cost more money to train the trainer because it's more in-depth, but I'm certainly more interested in keeping that sort of knowledge within our community and building on that. We hire consultants, and many times they leave us without their knowledge. And it's really important to get that knowledge and continue to train and continue to build. So I don't know if it's appropriate for me to have a motion to refer since I'm speaking to it, Attorney May. I cannot do that, right? Okay, then I have somebody else do it, please. Thank you.
That somebody could be Alder Eskridge, to be followed by Alder Clear.
I'd like to move referral. Can
Right. And so referral then takes away the place on file, and it would come back at the next, presumably next meeting? Is that when you would want to come back with more deliverables? Is that a fair assumption, Mary? Yes. Any Alder Clear you need to discuss referral? Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you. I did have a question on the motion to refer, and it follows up on the questions that Alder Bedard started and then Alder Demarb followed up with. And my additional question, Mayor Soglin, is if the Project for Public Spaces is not able to implement a train-the-trainer model, could we look to find other organizations who could perform the service that we are asking for in a train-the-trainer model so that we can get the outcomes that we have articulated here this evening?
The short answer is yes,
Thank you.
if they exist.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Alder Clear.
That was going to be my point as well, that our objective here should not be to give PPS money, but to get the outcomes we're looking for, presuming with the mayor's caveat that someone out there can provide those services. I'm confident that organization exists, and it would be wonderful, to Alder Cheek's point, if that organization were to exist in our region. Thank you.
So what we have before us is referral. Is there any more discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstain? Unanimous. Thank you. We have another item, number 133. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Second. Moved and seconded. Alder Cheeks, did you want to speak to this?
It's odd after a really long conversation about consultants. I just have some clarifying questions. I wasn't able to be at the Board of Estimates where this was discussed, and I had questions last time, and the mayor's office wasn't able to stay for the remainder of the meeting and asked that I refer it, and gladly did. I just wanted to make sure I was following this. I'm going to preface my questions by acknowledging the context by which I come to this. I mean, I've already made it clear tonight that I have a strong preference towards spending money locally when we can. And so, that's certainly still holds true. Tom Moskeller, to be sure, who's being referenced as a consultant for this, is a constituent of mine, somebody that I've gotten to know a little bit. In fact, I've worked with him and in fact went through community organizing training with him almost 10 years ago. And so this isn't really a reflection on him. It's frankly just trying to make sure I follow the mayor's office request to the council in this process. And so I have a few questions that will probably be able to be answered and clarified so that I can feel good about supporting this. But I'll just kind of take them one at a time. And I think the first is in re-reviewing this in preparation for today's meeting, I was actually a little bit confused. Is this the exact same contract, the same two amendments that were in Legistar last time? And that question can be for any staff that's equipped to answer it.
Mr. Ragland is ready to answer.
This contract clarifies the deliverables at the request of the council and fleshes out a little bit more what the expectations are in the contract.
Thank you, sir. In the resolution, it says, and I know this is language we use sometimes, but in the resolution, it says that we would be authorizing a contract or contracts. To be clear, how many contracts are we intending to authorize with this?
Just this contract.
Okay. The resolution also makes reference to 2017 adopted operating budget, $75,000 for similar efforts. But the resolution, or one of the attached documents references the first contract predating the 2017 budget. And so I just wanted to clarify, is that correct, that the first contract with him predates that 2017?
Yes,
budget?
we had a contract with Mr. Moskoller in 2016, a small contract.
Okay. I tried to check my notes, but I couldn't recall when that first came before the council. Is this something that we approved in the past, or was that done unanimously? Well, it's actually a two-part question. And the contract that would be in front of us, would this be the second or third contract that we'd be approving, that the city would be awarding to Mr. Moskoller?
This would be the third contract.
Okay. And did any of the previous ones come to the council?
No.
Okay. Is there any outstanding payment that we presently owe to this consultant for services performed?
No.
Okay. It was, Mr. Schmidtke referenced our standard policy before that we get 3 proposals for contracts less than $25,000. Did we do that on any of the 2 previous contracts with Mr. Moskoller?
We met the procurement rules established by the city for the contracts that we let with Mr. Moskoller.
And so what was the standard that we met in that case?
That the amount that we were seeking to contract with was below $25,000. And that Mr. Moskoller had skills and abilities that warranted a sole source contract.
And so the answer to my question is we didn't get any alternative proposals, is that right?
No.
Okay. It's my understanding, but I'm sure that there's deviation from this occasionally. Do we typically, when we sole source something, does that typically come to the council? Or is that often approved outside of council approval?
I believe some are approved outside of council, and there are some that come to the council.
This might be a question for Mr. Schmidtke, actually. Coincidentally, I think you were asked a moment ago how many sole sources we've done in the past handful of years. Were you able to find that answer when you were asked a moment ago?
No, that'll be a research project that we'll have to get back to you with, so.
Okay. In your experience, Mr. Schmidtke, do we typically send those to council when we're doing a sole source?
Below $25,000, no.
Okay, we typically don't.
No.
Okay, that's super helpful to know. So we had a big discussion just a moment ago about deliverables, and one of the things that I'm excited about is the possibility for our city to, continue some of the work that we've been doing around, what do we call it, performance and excellence systems. So in this attached document, it talks about sort of the expectations and goals around performance and excellence systems, but there's a paragraph about the consultant's bona fides, and then a couple sentences about how this project relates to them. it's not clear to me, other than, I think, facilitating and coaching and the word consulting, it's not clear to me how do we evaluate the quality of, or the outcomes of the consultant's work in this scenario? That goes back to Mr. Regland.
We would evaluate it by ensuring that the deliverables that are included in the contract are met, and those discuss and talk about having plans, putting the city in a position to execute those plans on the deliverables, the 7 deliverables that are in the contract: strategic management, process management, voice of the process, voice of the customer, continuous improvement, and data management system. And so the way we will evaluate whether this contract was fulfilled or not is whether those deliverables are met as of January 1st, 2018.
Those 7 systems that you just referred to, I think those are articulated in the 2016, September 20th, 2016 contract, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, and so then is what we're doing simply an extension of that, or is it, or does it have more to do with this new proposed attachment that says contract 8317? Because those 7 items aren't referenced in this new attachment.
Well, there was a request by members of the Common Council at the last meeting that deliverables be clearer and specified, and have more specificity, and that's what was endeavored to be done.
Okay. Thank you. One final question, is the 41, so there's a reference in this document that $41,749 would be the total amount paid. Is that the total amount that we expect to pay to the consultant?
That's the amount that was paid in 2016 and 2017, I believe, combined. And I think if you add in the, if we expended the entire 21,000, then it might add up to the 41,749. Is that how it reads, Dave?
I'm sorry, so the 21,000 is on top of the 41,000?
Correct.
Okay, so that causes confusion. Let me go back to this for a moment. I'm just seeking to understand. Be it finally resolved that 21,000 is appropriated.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, you're right. It would be. It includes the 21,000. That includes the 21,000, the 41,749 that you referenced.
Oh, it does, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. And there are not, so according to this, we have already paid, first contract was for $7,700, and the second one was for, we'll say, $13,000, but there aren't currently outstanding balances that we owe this consultant?
No.
Okay, so the 21 is for future work for this year?
Correct.
Okay. Cool, thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Elder. So, what's before us is to authorize the appropriation of $21,000 to the contingent reserve. If there's any other questions, if there are not, we can come to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Abstain? It passes.
So what is left is introductions from the floor. And I have one, so I'll start. I have it, it's on here. I would like to introduce legislative file number 48607, amending Res-17-0064, authorizing the execution of a development agreement with Garver Feed Mill LLC to change the terms of the city's reversionary interest with referral to Finance Committee and Board of Park Commissioners. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you. Are there others? Any others? No? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everybody.